Would you not?
Hi, boys and girls, lads and lassies, and welcome back to Let's Talk Geeky. And we've got a full panel again tonight. Alec, Roman,
Right.
Art, Colin, Wen, and Stephen. Hello!
Hello.
Greetings.
Right, that's me finished. Right, bye. So, how's your week been?
Oh my.
Awkward.
That
Yeah.
so basically, you've been enjoying She-Hulk and such like. Then I could feel like that over-enthusiastic.
Well, enjoy is a strong word, isn't it?
It's over. It's over.
Yay.
I'm free.
Enjoying the reviews.
The post-credit reviews.
Well, I was going to
I
say
honestly haven't.
that actually, I'm thinking about this week is actually probably a very good week for real genre fans. She-Hulk's finished, Rings of Power's finished, and Dr. Karen finishes tomorrow. So it's a good week this week.
Mm-hmm. It's so good.
And I've not been watching any of them.
Yeah. There's definitely some good. Hey, there he is. delete.
That's
oh
for
my
you, Colin.
good God, that is terrifying.
Yeah,
terrifyingly bad.
Right, okay. Talk about
Why am I getting a Hellboy vibes from a cut off horn?
Yeah,
Hellboy.
Green Hellboy, because of the two things on the head. It looks like the Hellboy glasses. Yeah,
Well, the
goggles.
his horn's been cut off.
It looks like a superhero from the Tick universe. What are we talking about here?
that would work. A superhero from the Tick universe would work. The Tick with Patrick Warburton was absolutely fantastic. I want to see more of that. The animation was good, but the Tick with Patrick Warburton was oh wow.
Yeah, he was born to play that role.
Yeah, wasn't he? Just basically he is the Tick. The remake was absolutely pants.
What, Alex?
I've decided to actually post videos of everybody I don't like online. I don't know why. I have this feeling. So, yeah.
I can't breathe in this thing, I swear.
Oh, those things are like, yeah, they are suffocating.
A pound shop, £1 in Poundland.
Yeah, so, I saw those too.
I thought, I'll pick that up. That way, if I want to actually troll anyone. That's what the shows look like, according to She-Hulk.
Oh my goodness!
What you mean you're doing a Doomcock impression?
That's him. Why are they picking on Doomcock? Naughty.
You know why they're picking on Doomcock?
Well,
yeah.
Did you see what happened to Doomcock's channel after it? He got a spike in music.
Yes.
Well, exactly. They did him a favor. Yeah, good for him. Good for him. Exactly. That's silly.
Roman, you seem to be quite She-Hulk exclusive this week. I wonder why.
Look, I was just so happy that the show was over. Now, last week, the season finale was just so bad. The writers literally put themselves in the show,
literally put themselves
in
not even
the show.
Not even actually somebody representing them. They put themselves in the show.
Yeah.
It was
one of them actually says that he would commit homicide to protect
Kevin.
You got to be kidding me. I can't believe they were allowed to. Imagine if that script was flipped. That to me, that's the ultimate pH balance test on all of this. If you flip the script entirely, then this is obviously wrong. We could never say anything like this on a male-oriented show.
Well, no, of course not.
No, that's not allowed. No.
But remember, they wrote that to troll us, Stephen. That was the whole point of the show.
Yeah, revealing their super villainy. I can't believe that they actually did that. It's like they've revealed their whole play, their whole game.
I always say you can always tell if something's racist is because if you change or sexist or homophobic, if you change the color, the sex, or the sexuality of that statement, and it's racist, then it's racist. It's just simple like that.
That's been my standard test for years. Turn it around.
Yeah,
Cool.
that's how logic and math works. If you can
Turn
flip
it
it around and it still works, then it's logical.
Well, good
like you
news,
say.
it doesn't look like it's coming back for a season 2.
Yeah,
So,
I saw that, and they're all talking
let's-
about as if it is definitely happening. But they keep on pointing to the interview where she effectively says, "I've not heard anything about it. I doubt it."
Right. Well, the ratings were not good. Like I said, people like me watched it for, content purposes. But I don't think any like real people were watching the show. I mean, whatever. Like I said, there's only. I think the ladies who with the box wine late at night probably have better things to do than watch what She-Hulk thinks women and men should be like.
I would assume the people
And
with
Frost.
the box wine don't watch superhero shows because they don't watch nerdy stuff.
What? Are you sure, PJ?
I would assume
But then why did they write this show?
Because they're a bunch of
Because they're idiots. Because they're horrible. So
because they're
one down, actually 2 down, 1 to go. And I'm excited about tomorrow night, but not for the reasons they want me to be.
Isn't it weird how all these shows that are female led are the ones that people can't wait to finish? And yet apparently
That's
House of the
because
Dragon,
they're-
which I haven't actually
But not when we had like the wonderful Linda Carter as Wonder Woman. I
no
mean,
one was that.
talk about an amazing.
That show was written by misogynists, I'll have you know.
That's right. And she was indoctrinated by misogynists as well, so she's not to be held responsible.
Oh no, I love her to bits. I absolutely loved her to bits. She was such a role model.
You're trying to tell me there were actually
about the House
female...
of Dragons. Did somebody see the meme about the House of Dragons?
No.
They showed some scenes from the House of Dragons and Shrek at the same time. It's basically so the bit where the dragon flies through and there as a child, the Shrek comes through and the dragon comes through in Shrek, and it's basically almost a scene for scene, and it's Shrek.
Yeah, I can see it now. Actually, that was a rough scene. I don't think no one else is watching the show but me, right?
Yeah, I'm not watching it now.
Okay, so for those of you in the audience, there's gonna a minor spoiler here. So one of the characters, who I won't name, but it doesn't really matter. Everybody's been called to the grand hall for the coronation of the new king, who's a twat. But so all the citizens have been forced to come to this thing. They didn't want to go. They've been rounded up by the guards and it's this massive hall. And Lady on a Dragon bursts through the floor, kills thousands of people, and people are like, "Yeah, that's the Power Girl moment." It's like, she just killed a bunch of innocent people. What's wrong with you? Yes, but she's a powerful girl.
But that's the point. They basically nowadays they see villains as heroes and heroes as villains.
That's
and
right.
It shows because you look what happened during the riots over in America. Basically, people were burning things down and they were applauding them. As long as they didn't go near their house, they were applauding them, and they were saying how great they were and how it was mostly peaceful. People running in the back, burning in flames, but it was mostly peaceful, and they were basically applauding all these. It's the same over here. That Just Stop Oil protesters, the ones that come from the bridge, they're effectively responsible for the death of 2 people, and everybody's lauding them as if they're great. And then you've got all those nutcase scientists who were annoyed because they glued their hand in a car showroom, and then the guy shut the door, turned off all the heatings, and wouldn't let anybody in. So anybody that wanted to go, wouldn't even give them a pot to piss in.
I thought that was
and they were annoyed with them. How dare he? If you want to come in, I'm not going to throw you out, but he turned off all the lights, turned off the heating, and anybody that went out to get food, he wouldn't let them back in. And how bad is he? Really?
Oh, he's great. He's like my new hero. Are you kidding me?
Yes. I would buy one of those cars just to say it's the same as anytime I see those protesters, I just want to burn a barbecue for no reason except just to burn fuel. Anything that would actually really piss these people off.
PJ,
well done, guys.
From across the pond. Are you now going to be the new prime minister? People are asking.
And maybe next week there's going to be somebody else this week, and then it might be me.
Okay,
then
fair enough.
the week after
Yeah.
that, it might be somebody else.
It depends. At the moment, it's different people in 2.5 hour blocks.
Oh, that's nice.
Every 2.5 hours, we're going to
Yeah.
change my minister.
Basically what we're doing it is we're calling it we're Prime Minister Advent Calendar.
Yeah.
Who's in there today? Woo!
Yes. Last I heard, it's Boris has got supposedly 100 backers, and Sunak has got 100 backers. So at the very minimum, it's those two facing
The
off.
problem
So
is
the Metro was running
I
that
can
one earlier.
understand why people are behind Boris. For the simple fact is, he was voted in by the public. He was the Prime Minister when the general election was going. So people voted for him, not politicians.
He's the only one
Well,
who
if
actually
it-
did anything.
I just can't. You know, it's people who have no ability to be able to put themselves in the place of normal working citizenry. I just find very difficult to take seriously anyway, because they don't, you know, they can tell you on both sides, on any side, you know, they can tell you anything they want to, but are they behind the scenes really interested? I very much doubt that. You know, and that's the thing. I just like switch it off. Like,
I just turn myself.
when it comes time to vote, I always research and I exercise my right to vote, because I take that very seriously.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, I'm just like switched off.
I don't want to
It's
hear
just because
other
it's too
people's
stressful.
opinions. I
Yeah.
don't want to hear other people's opinions on it, because they give you
Yeah.
their opinion based on their bias. Everybody does it.
Oh, we all do. We all do. Yeah.
We all do that.
Definitely.
But the problem is, at one point everybody used to vote for their favourite politician. Nowadays, people are voting for the one they hate the least.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're voting
That's
against
the
Pretty
the
much
problem.
it.
You're
Yes.
not voting in for the person you want. You're just voting out the people you don't want.
Remember the
Which is
South
a bad
Park
thing.
episode when I think it was what was his name? The senator from Boston, from Massachusetts.
A douche return.
Yeah, it was a douche or a turd sandwich. Remember that? Remember the South Park episode? What was his name? There was a chap from Massachusetts running, who was a senator, very well-known senator. It was after him.
Okay, so
It was after him. It was, oh my God. I actually went and saw him speak when
Mitt Romney, perhaps?
it wasn't Romney. No, it was I can't think of his name. Isn't that horrible?
What I find really hysterical is that we're having this serious discussion about politics, and you're like, oh yeah, does anybody remember this animated cartoon episode?
Oh, so I'm thinking
it's much more interesting than
it's hysterical that's a reference point now, and a legitimate one. It's that.
Well, do you not remember The Simpsons and Kang and Kodos?
Yeah, I was going to say The Simpsons
oh
are
my
just
God. Yeah.
Right, can I rule the world now? I've got my dragon.
That's
That's my light. That's my nightlight. The problem is you can't really see it.
I love that one. Yeah, that's really cool.
That's my nightlight.
So cool.
Which I don't use. I just have it sitting there just in case I get scared. But then I can rule over everything. Thank you, Jake. But
was it Edward Markey? No, that's not Gabriel. I'm trying to
no,
find
it's no. Oh my God, I cannot think. I can see his face.
Oh goodness.
Hold on. Now I'm gonna have to Google it.
We've been sucked into this thing now.
Yeah, well, you're
Thanks,
right.
Lynn.
See the part
Yeah.
about Linda Carter, iconic. I can remember as a kid standing there in the middle of the room, trying to spin round to become Wonder Woman. Because guess what? She was iconic. It didn't care if she was male, female, whatever. She was Wonder Woman, and I just wanted to spin and be Wonder Woman.
I'm not going to
I believe that's gender appropriation, PJ,
Yeah.
and I think you're probably in trouble for that.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. The problem is these nutcases think people can't look up to a female if you're male or male if you're female. Bill, I mean, I looked up to Linda Carter and I wanted to be Wonder Woman when I was a kid. But believe it or not, I didn't actually start wearing dresses and stuff like that.
I'm not quite sure up is where I was looking in the cards, but we won't go into that.
What's really ironic about that is that they've actually taken a portion of the male population and openly told them not to support female lead characters because we're not supposed to identify with them.
The show is not for you.
Yeah.
So it's ironic. I don't understand this. They're delineating these things. They're isolating specific demographics and saying, "Go home, boys. Go home. Go home."
And then complaining when no one watches their shows.
Right. It's so bizarre.
What was I going to say? John Kerry.
Oh, John Kerry, right.
John Kerry.
Mr. Skull and Bones Society.
That's right. That's
Mr.
right.
Head of anti-terrorist actions as well.
He was a scary dude. And if you saw him in person, he was even scarier. He was
kind of ghoulish in his
He was, and he was really tall and like just really imposing looking. He looked like the Witchfinder General, you know. It's like, holy shit, to piss this guy up.
This whole thing reminds is
no, I'd vote for Anthony
is going to be very similar to the John Kerry conversation.
No, I'd vote for Vincent Price, even though he's dead.
Oh yes,
well, that's how we do things here in America. The dead have their vote too.
I was going exactly yes.
Yes, I heard about that. Yeah.
And basically, the voting in America is like the living dead. The dead outweigh the living, outvote the living.
Yeah.
It just goes to show.
Yeah.
Do you know
what was the thing? I'm trying to remember the show. It was a case of. It must have been Voyager. Death is not the hurdle it used to be. Because they would bring them back. I'm trying to remember what one it was. It was Red Dwarf. It was Red Dwarf. Remember they would bring them back. The very first episode of Red Dwarf, the guy who had died and he became a hologram, and he says death is not the
know.
it used to be.
Yeah, I know.
So 35, nearly 40 years ago, Red Dwarf were actually saying, death doesn't matter if you're dead, you've still got rights. You've still got things you can do.
Well, I mean, the really amazing thing to me about all this is, as Stephen and I were talking about a couple of weeks ago, you go all the way back to the end of First Lensman, and they're telling, what was that, 1920s, 1930s that was written, and they're talking about voting dead votes, all the rest of it.
Yeah, it was part of the episode of the First Lensman, and that was actually written in the late 40s, early 50s.
Oh, right. It was one like
as a prequel. Once he condensed his universe into a single body, he wrote the prequels in the form of First Lensman and Triplanetary. But yeah, they're quite literally talking about the mafia being influenced by an alien species that was pushing them to elect their version of the president so that they could go against the Galactic Patrol, which was actually condoning civilization and free speech and all the other good jazz. But these guys were like, no, they're putting their heavy Nazi boot on your throat and trying to keep you down. The rich upper classes are the villains. And I was like, holy cannoli, this is the same narrative in 1947.
You're saying it, I've forgotten about that, but yes, exactly the same. Exactly the same gaslighting, yes. It's amazing.
It was amazing. And so nothing has really changed. It's just the way they're presenting the narrative now has changed.
Just laughing at what Jacob put in the chat.
Roman, that's Red Dwarf.
Oh, yay.
Red Dwarf meets Doctor Who. That's me
yes,
doing my
crossing the streams there.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
where's the H? Did it fall off?
Mm-hmm.
Crossing the streams, isn't that when you start streaming while talking about a stream that's currently live? Isn't cross streaming?
Whatever you do, don't cross the streams.
Don't cross the streams.
I'm a little fuzzy on the whole good bad thing.
Right, yeah, we know, Peter, we know. Best line ever.
I remember that one time where the Daleks were featured in the Red Dwarf night and saying they never saw it. I've got to bring up
Yeah.
that clip.
Well, Red Dwarf was
Doctor Who's
much-
always
Yeah.
been featured in Red Dwarf from
Yeah.
the very first episode.
Oh,
But
yes.
interestingly, Red Dwarf, when I was growing up in the States, was much more difficult to come across. I did occasionally see it, but it's definitely not in the mainstream,
It's not.
or it wasn't
And
when
just
I was growing up.
the
And
American pilot of it.
yeah, I
Oh,
knew of it,
Buffy.
But
but I
see,
didn't
in
watch
the
it
very
properly.
The
Yeah.
first season is they pan down the side of Red Dwarf, the ship. In one of the corners of it, there's a wee TARDIS. painted
Yes, in
red.
the
On Red Dwarf, on the ship.
in the docking area
Yeah.
where Blue Midget was.
Yep.
It was a little in joke because the model maker did actually work on Doctor Who.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Inside
Because
jokes
in,
are
in
always
a
good.
later version, they actually took one of Crichton's hands and painted
Yeah.
that red and had that in one of the wee bits. So basically, if the ship passes by, there's a hand. But it's one of those things that you blink and miss it unless you know.
No,
what it's for.
well, it was a giant trash can with 3 million years on the clock.
Yes.
Yeah, it's great fun. It's absolutely madcap, really fun.
Yeah.
Crazy characters. Very obviously very British. And it's if you like sort of the sci-fi element
Situation
with comedy, it's
situation comedy.
hilarious.
One of the best episodes and best parts, Roman, you would like is the Flintstones discussion. On
The
Red
backwards
Dwarf.
episode.
Really?
That would be the greatest recommend for people to watch.
Yeah.
Basically,
Basically, the
Dwarf
cat,
and
it's the
Flintstones.
cat and Lister talking about the Flintstones.
Yeah.
The character of Cat Roman is played by an amazing actor called Danny John Jules, who's hilarious. And it's basically the cat is a descendant of a cat that
A household cat. A house cat.
that
was
got smuggled
actually-
on board.
Yeah.
And he
Wendy,
Go
is it
ahead.
okay I'll explain this if it's all right?
you crack on.
Okay. With the cat, he was a member of the cat race that was born from one cat named Frankenstein, who was smuggled on board Red Dwarf by Lister.
Lister,
And
yeah.
Lister got put in stasis for smuggling the cat on board because it was a quarantined animal.
He was meant to be in stasis for 1.5 years.
Yeah,
but,
3 million years later.
Yeah, but ended up 3 million years. He was the last man alive on the ship.
And
So
what did he end up
basically, you
with?
had Lister,
Yeah.
you had the cat, you had Holly, who was the senile computer, and you had Rimmer, who it was Lister's bunkmate, who they hated each other, but it was the only one it was the most conversation they ever had. And basically, he was back as a hologram.
Lister is like
When I
the
was doing
ultimate
it.
Jobsworth. Yeah.
Yeah,
No.
yes.
And then my brain is so broken.
Danny John Jones was in the Little Shop of Horrors with
Oh,
Rick Moranis. He basically
The
was one of
Moranis
dancers
film version.
outside.
Yeah.
He was just one of the dancers outside.
But what I was
So-
go ahead, Carl.
I was going to say, man, Kelly, it gets better than that. The cat, if you remember, was extremely proud and extremely.
Well, he was cat. He was cat-like.
Yeah, right.
He was cat-like.
So they have the one episode where they go back to reality, and it turns out that he is really a slobbish, completely unhip character,
But
called Dwayne Dibley.
Wayne Dibley.
Hey!
Right? And then 30 years later, who is Danny John Jules playing? Officer Dwayne Myers.
Dwayne Myers.
Yeah,
So-
what I was going to say earlier, though, about Cat, Roman, is that because he's descended from an actual, house cat, he's human in form, but he also has cat-like features, and he has a cat-like personality. So, there's a scene where he's going down the hall, and he's got, a little spritz bottle, and he's, going, "That's mine. That's mine. That's mine. Everything here is mine."
And
and
then
then
lay around a bit and go, except that bit.
Yeah, and don't
Yeah.
forget
He's just
Wendy.
a cat. You know what I mean?
He's like a human being, but with like a cat personality, and he is so funny.
Yeah.
He's hilarious.
But
I'll
Wendy,
give
don't
you an
forget-
example. When I
Oh.
was at university, we played GURPS, which is a role-playing game
Yeah.
where you could create your characters, whatever. So we did a Red Dwarf one, and one of my friends played the cat. And for an hour and a half, we had to roll to try and get him away from mirrors because he could see himself in a mirror, and that was it. So we spent an hour and a half playing this game, getting one of our characters away from a mirror.
Gosh.
Yes, he's very vain. He's very vain.
Very vain.
Yeah.
He'd walk about and
That's
he would,
commitment.
he like a spacesuit. He took his spacesuit and put lapels on it and sprayed it gold.
And he always
made the helmet burn because he didn't want to mess his hair up.
Yeah, and he always came like dressed to the nines, you know. He always looked like he was ready to just like be out on the dance floor. He was so funny.
Well, he did
And they
have
did
a
the
cargo
dance
deck
as well.
full of clothes, didn't he, Wendy?
What's that?
He had a full cargo deck of clothes.
Oh,
Yeah.
he did. That's
Every
right.
wardrobe he's got.
Remember when he unplugged like what was it? He unplugged something
The
really
hairdryer.
important?
The hairdryer.
Plug in his hair dryer.
Yeah, there was basically something attacking
Definitely
him
need
when he
to watch,
unplugged
Roman.
his
This is-
sensor so he could plug in his hairdryer.
I know.
Oh, it's funny. It really is funny.
What about that episode Whitehole, where the power's gone down on the ship, and I think it's this star who's on this bike, you know, the exercise bike, and he's trying to power. I think it's a hairdryer.
Hairdryer to cook an egg.
An egg. Which is
Yeah.
absolutely funny as hell.
But it's one of those ones. The first season is a setup. It's not the best, but
No,
Okay.
it goes on. The first 5 seasons are the best.
it's
Then
best coming to
it's
season
still,
3.
it's still
Really.
okay, but it starts going downhill. And it actually, they even did one 2017, 2018.
They did 10 years later, didn't they? They did a
Aye.
couple of seasons, I think.
Yeah.
So they've done 13 seasons all in all. Season
Wow.
8 is
That's
the
a
worst.
lot.
Season 8 is the worst when they go back to Earth and they're driving in a wee teeny car called Starbug, and it's a green spray painted car to represent this.
Of course.
Well, the
it
thing
has.
was, if I remember right, they
Always
Yeah.
That's Starbug. That's the wee ship they stoat around in when they're not in Red Dwarf. And then you've got the wee robots, which are called the Scutters.
Yeah. Don't forget Blue Midget.
They've got Blue Midget, but that's the Starbug's the big one. But the Scutters are Western fans. They love John Wayne. So they do. So you see them driving a bit with a cowboy hat on, each other.
Well, if I remember correctly, they ended one season on pretty much a cliffhanger.
Yeah.
Season
And then they started the season afterwards, basically try to explain it and blowing up the camp.
Yeah, but no, but didn't Craig Charles then get Me Too'd or something, and they just didn't come back to it for ages? Wasn't that when he got accused of something?
Yes, he got accused of and the girl was basically. That was the problem.
Sounds like he was more like Lister.
He didn't know all the things that happened because he was drunk, but as soon as actually the court case finished, he remembered everything.
No, I mean, I genuinely don't remember the details. But all I remember is it finished on the only cliffhanger we had, where he was left behind, if I remember right, and then it just didn't come back for years.
Yeah, because the story goes he got done and he spent a number of years in prison and they were waiting on him. And then when he came back, they started like nothing happened and went from there.
I honestly, I genuinely don't remember the details. I remember it, I remember him being some sort of trouble with him. But
the thing is with Craig Charles, he's a no-nonsense type of guy who can do what he likes. And also, he's a great DJ, a great poet. You know,
He is. He's incredibly talented.
he's a
poet.
legend.
Do you know the funniest part about it? Nobody can criticise it.
Yeah.
Because see the 4 cast members, the 4 main cast members right at the beginning? You had 2 black guys and 2 white guys.
What?
And guess what? They basically who was the main character? Craig Charles, the black guy, and Danny John Jules was the coolest character. The other one was
How could that be?
and a senile computer.
I don't understand.
Yeah.
According to yeah, I know the thingy, but
Exactly.
it's one of the funniest shows out there. The first
Exactly.
are absolutely amazing.
Brilliant show.
Yeah, my daughter grew up watching it, and when we went to meet, and I met Chris Barry, my daughter was. So she was, and she's not normally one that gets starstruck because she calls me a big fanboy when I see things and run after it. And she's basically all starstruck and everything. So she was.
Yeah.
It's just amazing. So Wallace and Gromit pieces. Oh.
And now you got the word smeg. That's I think is in
Yes.
English.
Oh, smegheads. Yeah.
We're all a bunch of smeg heads. So we are.
You know the term fracking in the battles in
Battlestar
the
Galactica.
Battlestar Galactica
Yeah.
became a very, very popular way of a workaround.
Yeah,
Well,
in the
in
United
the
Yes.
UK, in the UK, a smeg is basically very similar. So there's if somebody's a smegger, it's basically it can be whatever you want it to be.
Mhm.
And then they created a brand out of the name.
No, there's a Dutch brand called Smeg who do white goods, toasters, and stuff like that. It was not very popular in the UK, but it is in the UK. So people actually see it and you go, I want that toaster because it says Smeg.
Oh, the toaster.
I want a toaster.
Talkie toaster. You had a toaster who was so talkie toaster. The reason it kept getting switched off is because it was so obsessed with toasted goods, and you basically they spent a whole monologue about
That's fantastic.
It lampoons. It just lampoons. So many things so well. It's just a great laugh.
They
really is.
Alien with the polymorph.
Oh yeah.
Or they also lampooned Alien with the metamorphosis machine. Because the only thing it could, because it was a curry monster, and the only thing it could defeat a curry was a lager.
Yeah.
So they would be shooting it with a bazookoid, and it wouldn't do anything, and they threw a can of lager into it and shot it, and that's what he says. The only thing it can beat a Vindaloo is a lager.
And what did Lister look like? Half Lister, half Robocop.
Robocop, yeah.
Yeah. And shrunk, if I remember what.
I know.
It was tiny because it made him the best he can be. Hey, this is not funny. He was literally like 2 foot tall.
Oh God, yeah. How could I forget Crichton? Yeah, Grand Moff just mentioned Crichton as well.
Crichton,
another wonderful character.
And they would actually show the Polaroids. Is this normal when you look at a catalogue? A double Polaroid? No.
Wait, hold on a second.
What would happen? So he showed him a Polaroid, and he's going, "What's this?" And he gives him another one. He goes, "No, you shouldn't be seeing that. You shouldn't actually have a double Polaroid when you're looking at a catalogue of Hoovers because he was a robot turned human." Roman, you need to get it because a lot of these things you can see going.
We need to sort of let Roman catch up and have a look at it. It is just.
Don't worry, you've only got about 35 years of it.
So beloved.
Don't worry, it's not that long.
So, is there a character named Crichton?
Yes, there is.
Yes. Spelled
Does that
differently.
predate the Crichton of the Farscape universe?
Yes, and spelled differently.
Yes, completely.
I know it's spelled differently, but the way the aliens pronounce it, Crichton, where they're always talking about him as if it were spelled that way. As opposed to the way it's spelled in universe. Is that a lampoon internally in Farscape? Because I love those kinds of things.
I don't know. The first actor I met and got an autograph from was Robert Llewellyn Crichton.
Well, I mean, actually, the Crichton name is older than that. To be quite honest.
Okay. Lay down the lore, baby. You know I love it.
Jerry Deep 90. Does
No,
anyone
I'm surprised Alex hasn't jumped on this one yet. It's a double barrel. It's Crichton Ward. And it entitles you to drive a pink Rolls Royce with machine guns on it.
Yes.
Is Red Dwarf on any streaming service? I believe it's on BritBox.
Yeah.
Oh, is it?
I think it is. Yeah.
I have BritBox till December. It was
the good thing
Christmas
over there, each episode is 6. Each season is 6 episodes.
So pretty short. Are they hour long or 30 minutes?
30 minutes. Well,
Okay.
24 minutes, depending on adverts. But
it's also on.
Easy to watch it, honestly.
It's also on Crackle in the U.S. When I Google searched it, it shows up as the first thing for free on Crackle.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, obviously on the UK BritBox, it's on there, but I'm assuming hopefully on the US.
There's another platform called Plex as well, and
Plex,
if you're subscribed, it's on Amazon as well.
Oh, I have Amazon. Okay.
So basically, it was written by Grant Naylor. They split up, and after season 5, they split up, and that's when 6, and it started going downhill because they obviously two of them could bounce off each other, and there's still arguments up until now about who owns the rights. But
they get on well now. I would.
Yeah, but there's still the thing about the rights, so that's why it actually did die for such a long time, and it got brought back.
Okay.
But it is just one of those ones. You could just sit there and you could be sitting, what the hell am I watching? But it's just so silly and funny, and that's a good thing. It's like a sitcom in space.
Yeah, it's like when you're. Yeah, Sorry. It's like when you just need a laugh, and it's just you just want something silly. I mean that's what it's like. It's but the characters they will stay with you, and assuming you enjoy the humor. The style of humor in it, I mean, the characters just become family. They really do. I mean, for us particularly, I know PJ and many others, it's just, you just really get to love the characters, and the actors that play them are brilliant. I got Darren a cameo. You mentioned that in one stream, actually, Roman, I think, talking about cameo. But I got Darren a cameo from the actor that plays the computer, Holly. The original Holly. Norman
Lovett.
Yeah, and he actually he recorded a message for Darren's birthday, and it was just the coolest. Cool. It was just really cool. And PJ, I know exactly what PJ's doing.
I know you know exactly what I'm looking for.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're looking for.
I can't find it. That's the worst part of it.
Miranda, I think if I'm getting right, I think Grant Naylor was actually the pseudonym of the two guys.
Doug Grant and Rob Naylor.
Oh no, yeah. So Rob Naylor. They wrote the books under Grant Naylor, but I think they split up at some point. I'm not sure if it was during the running of the show.
Season 6.
That's it.
Right, here it's here, and it has got my name in it, so it's my full name. It's not as if I hide who I am.
All I can say is it's cold outside.
Oh, wait a minute, I'll need to actually stop that. I don't think it's
Here he is.
Definitely no kind of atmosphere.
Yep.
This is Danny John Jules, who played the cat.
Oh, okay.
This is a message for Peter Giaconelli up in Scotland. Peter Giaconelli, I love that name. Sounds like a 70s entertainer. And I love entertainers. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Peter's a doctor who loves nothing more than gathering with his mates in each other's dungeons, watching Dragon's Den and Magic Roundabout.
He said this out to me before. My wife had actually says he's a big Doctor Who fan, Dungeons and Dragons, and he's man caving basically and watching and playing Magic the Gathering. So he took that and went, "Oh, really?" And now I'm a Doctor Who.
They just messed with you.
Fantastic. Well adored. When he walks his two dogs, Buddy and Benji, down the street, people throw biscuits up in the air for him to catch. We love Peter. Anyway, I hear you're a big dwarfer. These two fellas there. Hey? Now, don't let all this isolation get to you, man, because I know you love sitting down there watching Red Dwarf and what's it called? Death in Paradise.
Couldn't remember his own program.
You know. What more do you want? And just for you guys, I've got a special treat. The last time this was seen was when I walked off the set. After 7 years, 3 years ago. And the last click I heard from the clapperboard. So, for Peter and the family, don't worry, it won't be long before you're out there taking a lovely walk along the shore of the old Colin Firth, you know, on the old Bonnie and Clyde, breathing all that lovely fresh air. That's how we say it in London. Ayrshire. Yeah, so that's a wrap.
Fantastic. He's brilliant.
I got that. My wife got me that obviously during lockdown because we couldn't go anywhere, so she got that for me for my birthday, and I thought, yeah,
they are really fun.
So good.
It's basically kind of, I'm sitting there thinking, did Tino pick that up right? And she says, I told him you like Doctor Who, Dungeons and Dragons, and Magic the Gathering. So here I'm a doctor who sits in my dungeon watching Dragons.
Watching the Magic Roundabout.
And I thought, yeah, cheeky bugger, but I thought, yeah.
Oh yeah.
He played Cat, so he did, and super duper. But there you go.
That's
cool,
brilliant. That is so cool.
It was absolutely cool. I'm absolutely sweltering. For some reason, it's really warm in here tonight.
You know, you wouldn't think so, but you wouldn't think so, but one single candle. I have one of these like candles in a glass, and I'm going for like the full atmosphere because it's like blustery and windy outside. So I'm actually streaming by candlelight here, and it's like 1,000,000 degrees in here.
Wow.
Well, you've got the addition of the glass. The glass is a parabolic that's going to amplify the signal of the heat. So that's why that's happening.
I'm going to get like more of these.
Here.
We won't have to put our heating on.
Chilly. It's weird. It's the opposite of normal.
Yeah. So, but it's very crisp and cool at the moment, and you know we're sort of like holding on until the last possible moment where we absolutely cannot avoid putting the heating on, you know. But up to that point, you know, we might stick it on for an hour just to sort of run the water through the pipes and everything. But we're not putting the heating on by just by sheer stubbornness. You know, we're just like, nope. I'm gonna have to be icicles before I put that damn heat on.
That's right. Wear clothing. Cool. You know, that's what my brother used to tell my nieces every time they complained about how cold it was. He's like, "You've got a whole closet full of sweaters and sweatpants. Just put on a few more layers."
That's why when people say about things like, "Would you rather be cold than hot?" I says, "I would rather be cold because if I'm cold, I can put extra clothes on."
Yeah.
There's a limit to what you can take off before you get in trouble. So I would rather be too cold.
Yeah, you get arrested after a certain point. Yeah.
Because you basically, I'm not one going to be running down the street, people chase me going, put something else on. No.
Yeah, it's like frog weather here right now, cold and rainy. It sucks because John.
I didn't realize you were in Scotland.
Yes. So if you ship your weather over here, John's got a gig tonight, but it looks like it may end up getting canceled because it's outdoors.
Shucks.
Yeah, it sucks. Yeah. It's at a place that he and I both like to go to. He often plays wineries. I'm not a wine person myself, so I don't generally go to those. But if he has one at a brewery, which is what this one is supposed to be, I try to make those. And
just make room, no matter what.
So it looks like I'm hoping it's not going to be off, but we'll see how it all turns out today. It never rains in Southern California, and it does on the one day that he's got a show outside. So thanks, DJ, for your weather, buddy.
Well, it has to rain because God is so happy that Rings of Power and She-Hulk are over.
No. He's so sad. That is his tears.
No.
They're happy tears.
Lord knows what the weather's going to be like Sunday night then.
Guaranteed rain, I guess.
Thunder and lightning. Very,
Earthquakes,
very
volcanic eruptions, you know.
So what was your
that was
favorite
Rings of
part
Power.
about Jodie Whittaker's run as the Doctor?
What's that? Sorry?
Monday
What was
morning.
your favorite part of Jodie Whittaker's run as the Doctor?
Monday morning.
It hasn't happened yet.
It's ending.
It's soon, but it hasn't happened yet.
What's my favourite moment of Jodie Whittaker? The final 10 minutes.
The day after.
Yeah.
but the problem is you can't get a day after pill for that.
Oh, dear.
Well, I don't know. I mean, we've been working on memory alteration in the U.S. for quite some time. There may actually be a pill now available for.
I was going to say I thought the entire Chimbal's run would have been classed as a something that comes a little bit later than the day after. The day after pill doesn't work.
I wonder what he's going to read in there.
Billy Connolly actually summed up Jodie Whittaker's run. It's about as welcome as a fart in a spacesuit.
And tomorrow they're wearing license.
Yeah. No, it's definitely signaling. I mean, it's something that obviously a lot of us have been waiting a long time for, and it's definitely signaling a time when, you know, we're still very wary now. And we're obviously quite understandably wary, considering the current social climate. But it's giving us that little bit of excitement back at the moment to say, okay, all right, that's going to be gone soon.
Shoot out the door, but the problem is, even with Russell T Davies coming back, with BBC having its checklist, I don't think we're happy this is ending, but I don't think it's over, so to speak.
I don't think everybody. See, the thing is, everybody was happy when they heard Russell T Davies was coming back, and I says, didn't make any difference. Under the current BBC, they're not going to give him the free rein that they might have used to give him, because they don't want things to change, because they're already deep down in the politics. And then he opened his mouth, and then you realise he's actually right behind it. So it's not going to change. It's just going to get worse. And that's the problem.
Yeah.
It's not going to be entertainment. It's all about what they want to push.
Until I see the first episode of the 60th, then I'll make my decision. But at the moment, we just don't know. It's out of the frying pan into the fire now. That's what it could be.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, every time Russell T Davies has done an interview, I'll rephrase that. Every time I've seen a clip or an interview with Russell T Davies, I've become less and less
enamored with him.
Confident.
Yeah. Same.
Yeah. It's basically, the fact is, it's the same right across the board that they push what they want, nothing else. They don't care about entertainment. They're not making entertainment. They're making political points. And that's why it's me. Like, we went out for a lunch today, me, my wife, my father-in-law, and we were just talking about old programs, and every one of them says, "Oh, you couldn't make that today. You couldn't make that today." And we're sitting there thinking, and I'm sitting thinking, everything they mentioned was funny, but you couldn't make it because there was a rumor that they were going to try and remake 8.5 Hot Mum. And I says, no.
I love that.
Took out the Windsor Davies's lovely boys and all that. But even if they updated it, people would be sitting there going, what war is that? Because they're in Burma. It's a concert party. People would
have you seen that?
They better not. Sorry.
Darren got the series for his dad a couple of years ago, and we watched it right the way through. I had never seen it before. I mean, Windsor Davis was a treasure. He was a national treasure, basically.
Oh dear,
but,
how sad, never mind.
Oh dear, how sad, never mind. But that was such a clever, funny show, and it was just of its time. And it was by all accounts that I've heard, it was quite well observed for how things were at the time. And again, it's one of those little gems that sadly, has to be be it's hidden away at the moment. But it is well worth catching up with.
One of the main characters was Indian, but it was a white guy playing an Indian character.
Yeah.
What about Faulty Towers?
He had his turban on with a snake belt wrapped around it. A snake belt. I don't know if you know what a snake belt is, Roman. It's a elasticated belt. It had a snake, an S, and it had a clip. And it was called a snake belt because the S clip was in the sheet. It was a snake. So it was a snake belt. It was quite one of those popular a belt. It was an elasticated belt. It was easy to clip on your trousers, and he had it round his turban. And it was just, it's of its time. So you couldn't get a white guy dressing as an Indian.
Very much of its time. Yeah. But it's just endearing. It's so endearing. The characters were
even if they updated it, people would be sitting there thinking, Burma? What's that? Where is it located? Because they couldn't update it and actually have it in Afghanistan or whatever, because the concert party was meant to be traveling and all that. It's not something that happens. You wouldn't have concert parties the same way in the modern military, so they couldn't update it like that, and people would be under no idea what war they're talking about, what locations they're talking about, anything about it. And I said the same about Get Some In. That's about a load of people joining the RAF conscription. So people would be watching it going, why don't they just quit if they don't like it there? Because it's about conscription, so people have got zero idea. So it's of its time as well. And it's the same idea they would call them and Nancy boys and stuff like that. And it's just typical army, just picking the weakest.
Well, I was going
things like that, it just wouldn't be able to do again. But people are actually saying, "Oh, they should bring it back." And they're saying you can't, and it's because it's classed as racist, sexist, whatever.
Why? How about why? I never hear anybody ever say, "Why are you bringing it back?" If you have to change it so much, why are you doing it at all?
Exactly.
Yeah, because it was popular.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say. They better not bring back Hello, Hello. And that is one of the things to remember. Put it in Wikipedia.
Yes, I was pissing by your door.
Roman's trying to figure it out at the moment, but I've got to show him a clip one day.
Yes, I've been assimilated, Roman, so I know all this stuff now.
I know.
I've been assimilated.
You're one of them.
I'm one of them. There's stuff,
guys.
There was back in the 60s and the 70s, because of the time, there was a one of the genres you got was World War II dramas.
Yeah.
There was a very good one that my favourite one was called Secret Army.
Secret Army, and that's what Hello Hello is.
And Hello Hello was based on it, but it was a comedy. And the biggest conceit for that, what they took them, the other thing they took the mickey out of was the fact that every time the only way usually there were two ways if someone's talking a different language that you can deal with it. You either have them speak in that language and you have subtitles for the audience, or
and the audience
you have
didn't want to read.
Or you have and it's all over the place, not just in theory. You have the people speak English, but they speak it with what they think is a German accent.
Yeah.
Hello.
German accent.
So what Hello did was took the piss out of that, because they had the English spy speaking with the German with a French accent, and he was always getting his words wrong and things like this.
So instead of saying, I was passing by your window, it was I was pissing by your window.
Yeah. And that was supposed to be the British agent dressed as a French cop.
Yeah, he was dressed as a gendarme, and like all the escaped prisoners always came into the pub with with the striped t-shirts on, a berry and onions round their neck.
Isn't that what they?
Pretending to be French.
Don't forget the side plot.
Mickey, hello.
Don't forget the side plot of them fooling Madonna with the big.
Oh, they're fooling Madonna with the big boobies when everybody's trying to steal it.
Isn't that what they did with the Indian guy in Five Alive, the robot sci-fi show from the late 80s?
Aye. Basically,
he was saying everything wrong. He was mixing up his colloquialisms.
Yeah. Short circuit.
Yeah.
Short circuit. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that became almost a trope for anyone with that had a Hindi. That it was like he almost invented this trope in that movie, was that they always got the colloquialisms wrong.
Yeah.
There's actually a word or description for that particular type of getting a language wrong, which is called a malapropism.
What?
Stop making up words, Colin.
No, I'm not. Because it's called malapropism.
He's just being pedagogical at the moment.
Exactly. Because there was a play by my brain just switched off. I had it in my mind. I've forgotten who it is. One Victorian era, I think. Thackeray. I think it was Thackeray. And one of his characters was called Mrs. Malaprop. And she made those sort of mistakes. And in the play, she would say, I mean, it's not about, she would say, for example, she would have someone lying prostitute on the floor when she meant prostrate. And because this play did so well, it became called, malapropism became the word for people doing that. It's like if you get your the
contemporary form of this is, if I'm correct, would be Biff in telling bad jokes in Back to the Future.
Yeah,
right? He gets the jokes wrong.
If you get something like
chicken feet, like a tree and get out of here.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
No, let's make that tree and leave, you moron.
I mean, another one is if you get your swap syllables round from what, so you get Chish and Fips instead of fish and chips. That's called a spoonerism because of a guy called Reverend Spooner who had that
words
Kenny Everett did it. Kenny Everett had a female character called Cupid Stunt.
Yes.
Oh, it's all done in the best possible taste.
It was all done in the best possible taste.
Yeah, Kelly.
Alan, you have to write these words into the chat, please. I need these words written.
My dad was the king of spoonerisms as well. My mom and I would get to the store, and we'd going down the shopping list, and he'd have written some things on the shopping list, and he always used to write fat cood and fog dude, and we used to crack up laughing, because he'd switch the first letters instead of cat food and dog food. He would switch the letters around on the shopping list, and we would just start giggling uncontrollably, in the shop. It was so funny.
I think if I did that, Mrs. of the Empire.
Oh, yeah.
No, go ahead.
Roman. Sorry, you go, because mine's is just going to be.
Oh, I was going to say, if I sent a note like that with Mrs. of the Empire, she'd probably think I was having a stroke.
Well, see, my dad used to do it. My dad's favourite one was the pheasant plucker one. I'm not
the pheasant plucker.
I'm only plucking pheasant because the pheasant plucker's late. So my dad used to do that one, and you could tell how drunk he was getting because he wasn't as pleasant later on. This is Kenny Everett's American General, right? Go on.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
I'm here today to talk to you about this great country of ours, the United States of America. Some whining intellectuals have been saying it's not the great nation it once was. Pinko subversives, closet commies. They want us to listen to their progressive, liberal, faggy ideas. Well, I call on you Americans to turn a deaf ear turn a blind eye, and then bomb the bastards! You have sense. Wherewith you rise.
I just love satire. It's so much fun.
Kenny Everett was superb. He used to have a lot of really great characters. You know what I mean? And he didn't mind guys stepping right into the studio.
I'm surprised. John Belushi could have killed the hell out of that same exact role.
Yeah.
Oh yes, yes. You remember the samurai deli from Saturday Night Live?
Yeah.
It was so much fun.
Oh my God, John Belushi as Patton. That would be awesome.
And he needs to go to it was in 1941.
Right. Yeah, so good. Chewing on that damn cigar the whole time.
The whole day.
I miss old Saturday Night Live. That was so funny with all the originals like Bill Murray
the
and
old team.
the original, the old team. Lorraine Gary and
right up to Eddie Murphy and Billy Crystal.
Yes,
right up to there, and then I just stopped watching. I was just like, I don't know what you guys are talking about anymore.
Yeah, and me. I didn't watch it much further after that. I did like Mike Myers and Dana Carvey, though. I did enjoy them.
You could include that part of the definitely.
Yeah,
that part of it as well.
I loved them, and obviously that spawned a whole nother movie. Two movies. You had Wayne and Garth, Wayne's World, and then you had Austin Powers.
Austin Powers, baby.
And to think that Blues Brothers kind of started that idea of a film franchise spin-off of a comedy routine. Has that ever been done before that? I mean, legitimately on purpose?
I don't know.
Because Abbott and Costello were never on television, but they were on radio.
Right.
Ah, okay. Yeah.
But I don't think it was really quite because they were just like Laurel and Hardy, Abbott and Costello were comedy teams. Right. They just kind of did what they did in every movie they were in, and it was
right. We weren't watching John Belushi and Dan Aykroyd. We were watching the Blues Brothers. They were were caricatures from the skit.
They got credited as it.
Yeah. Interesting. So that's me being an historian, right, Colin?
Yeah.
Yes, we have our two historians. Love it.
Yeah, I'm more of the hip turtleneck version, I think, though. So more into the poetry side of it, dude, baby.
I would be really nice to say someone's got to the American. I would be nice to say someone's got to the American history. It's such a short subject.
Yeah, it is. It is just a couple of 100 years. Yeah. So sad.
Here we go.
What in the world?
He's into giant things, isn't he?
Yeah, he loved his props.
I wonder if he's compensating for something.
Watch out for the bloke on the piano.
But you stay on that straight and narrow road. Show him you can stick it out. Stick it out. Then you get on the road for that final journey. Remember, there's 2 oars on that boat. One for good and one for evil. And the world's going to try and get you to pull his oar.
Well, that was Kenny Everett's brother.
I just want to bring up a little story about that with those 2 giant hands. It was over here. We've got the Conservatives, right? Back in the 80s, when Margaret Thatcher was in power, he turned up at the Conservative event wearing those giant hands. Yeah, and he was making, suggestions, and he said about bombing a certain country.
Let's bomb Russia.
Yeah.
We picked today. My wife picked up a movie, the Iron Lady.
Oh
The story
no!
about Margaret Thatcher.
No thanks.
Oh, I'm going to watch it. My dad was a big Margaret Thatcher fan, so I'm going
Me,
to watch
if I
Don't
wanted
mention
to
it.
watch a film about Margaret Thatcher, I'd rather watch a spitting image version of Margaret Thatcher.
it. See, my wife likes ones that are almost like true life stories type thing, and I keep on telling her they're no true life stories; they're just based on. So don't believe everything you see on TV. But it's the same as she's got the Queen, she's got the Rocket Man, she likes all those type of movies. So that was another one to be picked up today. It's not on my pick of the week, but it's not in mine. That was one of my wife's. But see all the stuff that people have been mentioning. F-Troop, I've got Hogan's Heroes, I've got Get Smart, I've got what was the other one? There was Get Smart, Hogan's Heroes, and somebody else mentioned. And the thing is, the worst part is I'm going, I've got that. And it's a case of, yeah, I'm that old that I've got a load of these old ones, and a lot of McHale's Navy.
Oh,
I remember that.
I've got the remake one as well. I've got the remake one as well, but I have got a few DVDs with Ernest Borgnine in it. It's just super duper. That's when TV was TV. It wasn't meant to be taken serious. You weren't actually meant to look at it and think, this is real. This could happen. You looked at it and thought, thank Christ, this couldn't happen. Because it was just so funny over the top. It's just one of those things. But I must admit, I as you know, I do like my old stuff. But I was looking at
it. Really? I would never have guessed that about you.
No, I don't know where people think I'm classic. I don't know where it is. It's just one of those things.
Absolutely.
Because Bruce Campbell was in the remake of McHale's Navy, so he was.
Groovy Bruce.
Uh-huh.
See, I think the aesthetic of the props being overtly ridiculous and also low budget even assists in you seeing it as comedy right off the bat. Like, the gigantic hands don't really make good continuity to the rest of his body. If it was done with CGI, it wouldn't be as legible as comedy.
Yeah. And that's the thing. It's done so well, so really so funny. And that's what it is. It's deliberately taken out of context and just
He done two great clips where he took the piss out of Barbara Streisand and who's that other singer?
Shirley
Manilow.
Shirley Bassey, he got the was Morecambe and Wise took the piss out of her.
Yeah, Barry Manilow, he took the piss by putting a concord.
He had a big nose.
Yeah.
He was getting big enormous nose. It was literally that size. And he was doing his Barry Manilow.
That's fantastic.
Especially with Barbara Streisand, the nose was getting bigger and bigger until it covered his entire face.
Yeah. But PJ, Walker and Wise took the piss out of everybody. That's why they queued up to be on the show.
Yeah, they basically did. But I think Shirley Bassey's one was just so out there. You know what I mean? She comes on, she's doing the singing and near the prop end because her shoe comes off and they end up putting a boot on her.
What about Des O'Connor?
Oh, God, yes.
Oh, they always took the piss out of Des O'Connor. Every single chance they got.
But I know they did Paul Peter Cushing.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. Peter Cushing, they wouldn't pay him.
Yeah. They wouldn't pay. And there's an ending sketch to it where they're outside number 10 Downing Street and his hand comes out holding a money box. And they're putting money in the box. And next thing you know, Peter Cushing opens the door and says, finally, I got paid.
They were all friends. They were actually just going and no fine well what they were going on to.
Yeah, Angela Rippon showing that she can dance.
Yes.
Oh, Angela Rippon, she was a newscaster, and then suddenly the news desk slides apart and her legs go up to there, and then she was an amazing dancer. People just didn't, because they saw her as a serious newscaster.
Yeah.
And then suddenly she's on Morecambe and Wise reading the news, and you think it's going to be a bit, and then the desk separates and she starts singing and dancing.
Yeah.
It's amazing. That's the first time people actually realised that she could dance.
There was. Sorry, Colin.
No, so
there was a sketch where they were with the newsreaders and they're all dressed up in sailors trying to.
Yes, that's
nothing like his name.
Uh-huh. But
it took me ages to find out that actually that wasn't really the newsreaders doing some of those dancing either.
No, I know. Basically, they had like Tony Blackburn is meant to be doing somersaults, and then you see somebody doing somersaults, and then we cut to him standing up and going, as if he'd actually done them all. But that, to me, that was entertainment back then, because you could take someone who wasn't known for something, give them the opportunity to do it, even if they couldn't do it, and you could see they were all having fun, just taking the mickey out of themselves as well as anybody else.
Who was Glenda Jackson?
Yeah.
Oh, Glenda Jackson.
What do
you think of the show so far?
Yeah. She's, they put great lines like, men are fools, they crumble at such beauty like what I have got. And she just gave her all, and the disdain was halfway.
Because Ernie Wise thought himself as a playwright, so he would write things.
I know.
Some of the lines where he has a great presence like what I have got.
Yeah.
And it would basically, he would give them to all these big actors. They would have a wee scene that he had written. And some of the wording, they would actually come out and they would be looking at it, and you could see them like what I have got. And they're just basically putting these out straight out, and it's just funny. Morecambe and Wise is another one I would recommend anybody catch.
Oh, absolutely.
I don't know if we can bring up a clip, but they took the piss out of Colditz of it.
They used to take the piss out of everything.
If I can find it, the clip.
Aye.
That was not a good series. That was a Colditz.
Yeah.
The best one that actually took the piss out of Colditz was Ripping Yarns.
Yes.
They took the one about Colditz. It ended up all the guards escaped and all the prisoners escaped, and there was only one guard pretending to be all the guards, and there was one prisoner pretending to be all the prisoners.
Okay.
So, ironically, the hardest thing about Colditz was the bloody ball game that no one could ever win because it never finished.
Right, I
had the ball game.
I'm just going to show the opening credits to this because you can see how much they really take the piss. Here we go. That's all the credits. Yeah, you know how much he takes funny as well.
Ronnie Biggs was one of the great train robbers who escaped to Spain. Hence the reason the escape coordinator, Ronald Briggs.
Yeah, but cast in order of bank balance.
But they used to take the piss. It's the same idea that you used to have shows like that in the States because we all saw them. It's just it was a sketch show and it was just the two comedians doing sketches. Same idea as like Morecambe and Abbott and Costello would do. They would do a stand-up part, then they would have wee sketch shoot bits here and there. It's a similar idea. Morecambe and Wise did that. They would have singing and dancing. So you had Morecambe and Wise, you had the two Ronnies, you had Little and Large. So you had things like that.
Like the true variety show.
Like Laugh-In or the Smothers Brothers.
Yeah, those don't exist anymore. I don't think they
loved Laugh-In.
The nearest you've got to that is Ant and Dec's Saturday Night Laugh-In or whatever they call it. But Ant and Dec basically are two entertainers, shall we say. They were actors. They started as actors and they started in a kids show and then they've been together and now they do a variety show, but it's a quiz show and it's all about the audience. But they very rarely do sketches like that in it. But they were big fans of Morecambe and Wise. So
they're not Morecambe and Wise, that's the thing.
They're big fans, so they try and do things like Morecambe and Wise, because it's the same as Morecambe and Wise were big fans of Laurel and Hardy. So they basically took what Laurel and Hardy did and wanted to actually put their slant in it. They do the same idea. It's a similar idea.
Double acts back then. Yeah, double acts back then were the pinnacle.
Yeah.
Of what it is today.
Why?
And then you get Not the Nine O'Clock News took the Mickey out of the two Ronnies.
Yes.
Yeah.
If they did Top Gear back in the 60s, it would have been a variety show on the road.
Yeah.
Speaking about Top Gear, has anybody seen the latest the Grand Tour? Because we don't watch Top Gear anymore.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Since the boys left, but we do watch the Grand Tour, and the latest one is, I think it's called a Scandi flick.
Yeah.
I swear to God, I was in pain from laughing at in quite a lot of it. I just love them. They're just so funny. You either love them or you hate them, I suppose, but they're great. It's just complete what do you call just slapstick crazy anarchy. It's just a couple of it's just a few lads just creating complete anarchy, and Clarkson pushing Hammond down a ski slope in a shed. Honest to God, I don't know if he was actually in it when it went down, but they made it look like he was, and I was pissing myself laughing. Honest to God, they're so funny.
They would do things like with crashing cars and stuff like that. Right, what we're going to do is we know somebody has to leave shortly.
Okay. Yeah.
So I'm going to bring up
Pick of the week.
I know, but I also wanted an excuse to bring it forward.
Here's my wee pick of the week. I have 47 items this week. No big deal.
47 items. 47, Roman?
You're actually
really?
sounding like a Rings of Power dwarf there. Come on. We are scoring.
Well, I'm going to show my pick of the week first, because it's a Christmas present from my little brother who you saw last week.
That's another one.
I've got him this for Christmas.
Hey, hold on, I'm just bringing it up to big.
Got him this for Christmas, but to take it off, I've got the original cover underneath.
Good. I know I took all my cardboard covers off. Excellent. I've got a box there, a drawer there with all the cardboard covers because I've taken them all off because they sort of stood out. But
yes, he's going to really enjoy this when he gets it. But there's another one in the pipeline on Amazon we've got to get, the Abominable Snowman.
So, that's great. He enjoys those.
Excellent. I hope he does. Yep. Right, who's next? Who wants to do next?
I can hop in. So I got two things this week. Just two, not 47. So
Just notice the Vamphibian behind you. Be careful.
Yes, the Vamphibian is behind me. If you haven't seen the short, I did share it in the chat. If you want to play it later, fine. If you don't, just check out my channel. It's only like
now available with sound.
Yes, now available with sound.
I was so mad at myself. I'm like, because I could hear it. I didn't realize I hadn't checked this stupid box. And then I watched it next morning. I'm like, oh my God. So I had to cut it out, and then I re-released it as a separate thing. Anyway, so yes,
I was not myself. I was watching it. I'm sitting there going, my sign's not working.
The same thing. I was like,
I solved it by going forward in the video. Oh, it's Roman. It's missed it.
Roman is stupid. So this week I got the Frankenstein complete collection.
And my gosh!
Cool. So you have Frankenstein, The Bride of Frankenstein, which I watched. That doesn't hold up as well. That was weird. That was just a weird movie. Son of Frankenstein, The Ghost of Frankenstein, Frankenstein Meets the Wolfman, House of Frankenstein, House of Dracula, and the ever fantastic Abbott and Costello meet Frankenstein. So for the
Wow,
Halloween
what a great
season,
setup.
we've got all of them. I'm very
I think
excited.
you're right. I think I actually might dig out my box and watch that for. I think that is a superb collection. But you are right about the Bride of Frankenstein. It's the one that you sit there thinking.
Isn't that
When
is
you
that the one
brought
with
out
Elsa
the
Lancaster?
people in the glass, I was like, what in the hell? With Dr. Preterius, he had these little weird people in jars.
Yeah.
It's just
I
like,
haven't seen it in ages and ages.
You know where you are, huh?
Yeah, it's almost like that was from a different movie. It's like you guys just
it was
edited
like,
this
how are you
footage
even
in. What is this
connecting these
about?
two worlds? So this one, I haven't even gotten this out of the box yet, like the box, the one that
Unboxing.
If
pick of the week,
if things go
unboxing.
poorly, please call an ambulance.
Watch it, Kermit. He's got a knife.
All right, breathe. Watch your fingers. Good grief, Roman, you're hurting me.
Oh my God! That's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Careful.
If you use the sharp end, Roman. If you use the sharp end, it actually works better. I bet he just even.
You think they'll let him play with sharp knives?
All right.
That knife looks really sharp
Ooh,
too.
hello.
Ooh.
Okay, so what we got? This is Catwoman.
Oh, I thought that
I haven't
looked
even
like Catwoman.
seen this in the real world yet. So
A
Catwoman.
proper Catwoman.
Yeah, this is
Nice.
this is from Arkham City, but you've seen actually this design in the comic books now.
Yeah.
And I love this look for Catwoman. So the torso, where's the torso? This thing here, that's part of a build-a-figure for Solomon Grundy, which I won't end up doing because
Solomon
I
Grundy's
get
one
all
of
the
my
figures.
favorite
I thought it was his
I
Hulk
love
in it, but then I
Solomon
realised
Grundy.
it's a different thing.
Very nice.
So that's that. And there's a picture on the back. That's the Grundy figure once you put him together. He's actually a really cool figure, but I would have had to get the other 3 figures to do that. And much as I enjoy collecting, I also like buying food. So that's those are my couple items of the week.
Excellent. Anybody else up?
I've got a couple of pictures in the DM that you put up.
I'm just digging them out.
It's just 2 photographs. They're Lord of the Rings related, Hobbit.
Right, come on, where are they? Why can't I see them? Is it the? See, the only one I've got is the leapfrog. That's the only.
No, keep going up. Keep going up a little bit more.
Oh, is it higher up? Is that what it is? Oh, right.
Higher.
Right. Okay. Right. I was looking for the most recent ones. That's what it was. That was the.
My apologies. Ta-da! So these were cards. I didn't gather all of them. These are the 2 that I have in my collection. These were trading cards that were given out during the release of The Hobbit at Denny's. Show the next one.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
And it quite literally describes a Galadriel that is not present in Rings of Power. Like, she can sense evil just by being near it. Right? Like, that's one of her superpowers as a high elf. So
those are cool cards. That's what they are.
Well, I'm tempted to wonder how the ladies feel about the fact that Doctor Who, Guy Ladwin in Rings of Power, and She-Hulk are all responsible for the worst things happening.
And all finished the same week.
Well, yeah. But I mean,
isn't that coincidental? The world's meant to end on Monday.
I mean, as I understand it, Galadriel is the only reason that Sauron actually went back to being evil. So everything happened was all her fault.
Yeah, they must be so proud. What a brave move on her part.
So she's the one that's responsible for all the evil in the world. Yep.
Yep.
And if Jen had been able to keep her eyes on the bloody road, she wouldn't have crashed and wouldn't have turned into She-Hulk. So maybe she should have got the writers to actually rewrite that first scene rather than the last scene.
Or maybe she basically learned how to drive and keep her eyes on the road.
Well, yeah.
Or how about her eyes up at Captain America's ass? How about that? I mean, for crying out loud. Isn't that what started the whole thing?
They think it's fair game because they don't want to be objectified, then they actually twerk and want people to watch it.
Oh, don't say the words, because then I can't get that image out of my head.
What Smurfs?
One of the worst few seconds of television ever filmed.
That's a strong statement, man.
Well, how about the people that are fans of the green race in Star Trek? How do they feel about all of this? Because
What's Green Orion slave girls?
The Andorians. The Andorians are blue.
They're blue. They're blue.
The green race is obviously the females. The
Andorians are blue. Yeah.
The new Kirk Bond.
You know, I'm surprised that there hasn't even been a mild discussion, even comically, with all the geekdom. I'm gonna have to bring it up in a few chats now. That's gonna be my new mission in life.
The green race.
To get Star Trek fans to talk about the green people of Star Trek and how they feel.
Oh, do you mean do you mean like from the original series, the Orions?
Correct. Yeah.
Oh,
they did a nice follow-up on that Star Trek Star Trek Continues. They did a really good. Lou Ferrigno was actually in the episode as well.
They were also dealing with the
that's a
early
trip,
incarnation
isn't it?
in Enterprise as well, where we got to see the male part of the race and how they were basically gigantic simps for the green, for the females.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ironically, that seems to be completely stolen by Marvel Comics DC in the form of She-Hulk's new show. All the Hulk characters are basically either submissive or rebelling against being submissive to She-Hulk. It's kind of ironic. I bring it up comedically as ironic.
Wasn't the Incredible Hulk originally grey?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then they got better color design, or it was too expensive to keep them gray, and they changed it to green because it just made them more legible on the paper.
And then they made him gray again for a while, which was a little bit weird.
Yeah, I think during the 80s, there was like a revival in much the same way that Frank Miller was trying to resurrect both Daredevil and Batman.
Well. It was just, it was a strange time.
Yeah.
Of course, it is a strange time. A young Frankenstein with a skill. What was the line? I am talking about the nervous system, hearts and brains are tinker toys.
My grandfather's work was doo-doo.
It's dismissed.
He stamps himself on the preservation of life.
Oh
my God!
So good.
I remember what I was watching. They were talking about Frankenstein. Actually, it was you. Actually, when I think about it, we were talking because when you were talking about zombies v mummies, and somebody actually says how Frankenstein's not a zombie.
Yes, a golem.
Which he is. He's reanimated, but a reanimated corpse is a zombie, as far as I'm concerned. So
yeah, but he's reanimated with several different corpses, isn't he?
Yes. So, but
he's not.
He can fall into multiple categories. The problem with that is,
but he has he's alive though. He has a circulatory system, a beating heart, all the things. They're just not his.
Whereas and he's not continuously decaying either.
Yeah.
Right. He's together. It's
he could also eat human food, which also declassifies him. Vampires need blood, and the others need brains. And Frankenstein is not a cannibal in any sort of way.
I still class it as a zombie because
I agree, PJ. It's definitely an interesting discussion point.
It is
sure.
Didn't your zombie get highly offended, Roman, when somebody mentioned brains?
He did. He did. That was it was a sore point during the interview for Wayne. We weren't able to get him back. We're going to try for another interview next week. I don't know if it's going to happen or not.
Do you know
his agent is real hung up on the point, so we'll see how it goes.
Do you know you have to have him interviewing the girl from iZombie?
I don't know if I can get her either. I don't know proper parts to play the role. Being the only cast member I have.
iZombie first season actually okay. After that, it went downhill.
iZombie, is that a sequel to iCarly?
I don't know.
Nobody knows what I'm talking about. That's the best.
I have no idea.
It's a Nickelodeon all-girl show.
Oh,
back in the day.
Yeah.
it's almost a zombie show all on its own.
Right.
I'm sorry. That wasn't kind to the cast of iCarly. I'm sorry if you're watching. You probably aren't, but
Yeah.
I don't know what you're doing with your Saturdays. So,
Has anybody else got something?
No, I have not.
Well,
PJ's chomping at the bit.
PJ's ready.
yes.
Drum roll.
Yeah, baby.
Nice. And that's why he was overheated.
It was overheated. Yay! So I've opened it because I had to get the T-shirt out, and he's going to get read tomorrow. Thanks, Sam.
Yep. Yeah, baby. I still haven't read mine yet, PJ.
I've
got it.
Mine.
I haven't
Basically,
opened
only
it up
turned up
yet.
yesterday. It's not even been opened. I've not even actually flicked through it, but I'm going to read that tomorrow. So that T-shirt, I had to get a T-shirt and this, and I wish I had actually seen the baseball cap at the time. I would have ordered that, but considering the postage was actually almost as expensive as the T-shirt or the comic, it was. Oh dear. No.
Yeah, the shipping even here was a. I mean, I understand it's a small business, so I can't complain too much. But it was kind of it was a little bit for you. Yeah, that was like buying a whole another thing.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what I was saying. So that the T-shirt and delivery was $100.
Cool. I'll be right back.
So it was a bit much, but it was worth it, and I'm just looking forward to it. I said to Ian, the Mega Geek, he's asking if it's how the story is, so I'm going to give it a go. So looking forward to it. So I was so happy when that turned up because I got a delivery notice says it's going to be turned up Monday before the close of business, and I thought it's not even going to be here for comic. No. And then I got home and the next door neighbour says this was delivered, and I'm sitting there. My wife's talking to him, and I'm standing behind him going, "Give me." So basically, as soon as it came in, it was all and stuff like that. But that's definitely my pick of the week. I have got some other stuff which, to me, they would have been perfect on their own without this turning up. But
man, in this case, man, even the box is legendary at this point. The cardboard box alone is collectible at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it is. Wow. Basically, you knew when it's coming out, who it's from. It was. I mean, look, that's for a T-shirt and a comic.
That's fantastic.
That is. Yeah, I mean,
that's brilliant.
And you knew who it was coming from. It wasn't an Amazon junky product, whatever. As soon as I saw that coming, the neighbour coming to the door, and I saw that, I'm standing behind my wife going, "Fucking stop talking, get in."
Definition of joy.
I was standing at the door going, "Shut up." So basically, I was over the moon, and I did pick up some DVDs. Some of them are basic ones, like Dragon Wars. I picked it up just because it was nice and cheap. I've not seen this one. Look, the idea of it, Dragon Wars is a $75 million action-packed international box office smash hit. So basically, the first line is telling you how much it cost and how good it is. So I'm no actually putting a lot of.
That's a lot of money.
It just tell you about the movie. It just tells you about how much it cost. So
it was a curious movie at best, but it was an interesting idea that just I think it was just not handled very well. The screenplay didn't function properly, but the idea was really cool. Like, you know, it's almost like the Final Countdown, where a modern U.S. Air Force shows up at Pearl Harbor and gives an assist. But it's reversed. It's dragons show up in London or something like that.
So I picked that one up, and I thought it's only because they were £2 for £1, and I basically had picked up 3. This one was just to add to it. The reason I like this one is because of that scene alone.
Do you know, I haven't seen that yet, but I love that concept.
Yeah, that scene alone was the scene that made this movie for me. The bit where they're riding the old Ghost Rider and the new Ghost Rider, doing one last ride in the horse and the bike. And I thought, that scene, I used to have that scene basically as my desktop picture for about a year. So it was 2 of them. The whole scene makes that movie for me. The rest of it, it's a Nick Cage film, so
Right.
it's a wee bit overacted. The beast.
I thought that the execution of the Ghost Rider in that film was well worth making.
It was. So the bit with the Ghost Rider I thought was well done, and the bit with the old Ghost Rider and new Ghost Rider just riding together, I thought was just that one scene made that movie for me.
Mm-hmm.
So as soon as I saw it, I thought pick that one up, and I picked this one up. A lot of the US people won't know that.
Hey!
The complete 13 episodes. And then
That is so cute.
You've got Pew, Ballymacrew, Cuthbert, Dibble, and Grub.
Yeah. Again, that's one I never had heard of before, and obviously until I moved
But no
here.
Windy Miller.
Wendy's in the back. He'll be on the back. So
was it Camberwick Green in the
Camberwick
county?
Green had Wendy Miller, which is funny because there was a girl I used to work with, Wendy Miller. And I used to keep calling her Wendy. It's Wendy. I says, did your mum like something? She says, no. So she was just called Wendy, and basically, but I thought her mum and dad must have loved something or Camberwick Green. The other one I picked up.
Oh, excellent!
Nice.
The 20th anniversary collector's edition.
Sweet.
Nice. Very nice.
Feature. So I'm looking forward to that. The next one I nearly missed, and it's the next one would have made my collection perfect for this if the Ripperverse hadn't come through. As I was walking out, my wife walked into the charity shop, so she started looking around. So I just started having another wee look around. And even then, as I was walking out the door, something caught my eye, top shelf in the corner. I thought, oh. So I picked it up.
Oh my God.
And even
Flash Gordon Cocker, the
fantastic.
Yeah, man.
As soon as I saw that, three DVDs, 12 chapters, and I thought,
Fun.
That is brilliant.
I think I've got the first Flash Gordon one
I
somewhere.
nearly missed it. It was just one of those things. I'd gone through all the DVDs, couldn't
That's
see
amazing.
I picked up a couple of things. Then when my wife had come back in, I looked round again, and it was just as I was walking out the door, top shelf at the side. I saw Ming. So I did. Because I only could see the top corner, and it was that bit, and I got it. And as soon as I saw it, I thought, I'm having that. And then after I paid for it, I checked to see if there was discs in it.
Yeah, well, you know what? That's
so
you're not wrong.
Even if there wasn't any discs, that box alone would have been worth it.
It's a shame Jim couldn't be here for this. You know.
Yes, Jim.
Yeah.
Look, Jim, look.
He's in the chat.
Is he?
The proper Flash Gordon. Hey.
Ming thing. Ming approves.
Ming approved, yes. But
Proper Flash Gordon and the proper Buck Rogers, of course.
yes, Yep, and the original Tarzan as well.
Oh.
Buster Crab did Tarzan initially. And his wasn't the his was it was basically just a squeal, Buster Crab's squeal when he was doing his Tarzan thing. Buster Crab did the original Tarzan as well. So think about it, Buster Crab at that time was the man for those type of programs. And Ron Eli became Tarzan, Doc Savage, similar idea. He was the man that got all those type of things. But Ron Eli became Tarzan with the stream, and Buster Crab was initially, because it's Johnny Weissmuller obviously perfected the Tarzan role. And Ron Eli, it was always, but Buster Crab did Tarzan first, and his was just a scream. It was funny. But look at that. Is that not a perfect? See, if I hadn't got eyes on this, would have been my pick. But I was tempted to put it away for next week, and I thought, I can't. I'm watching it. It's no longer actually going to be the pick of this week if I've already watched it. But I am so happy with that. Just look at that.
How much was that again? How much did you pay for that?
£1.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
£1 for the box set.
It's a super score.
Not bad. Not bad.
Yeah, that is a score and a half. £1.
Is there commentary? Is there commentary on it?
Yeah, no shit.
Basically, the 12 chapters, that's it. It doesn't say if there's any other information on it.
I wonder if there's any even a special features.
Starring Larry Buster Crab.
What a name. God, the kids must have gone nuts for that. I mean, his name is Buster Crab. It's like, woohoo! Like
Larry
a pirate.
Buster Crab.
Yeah, not the SpongeBob character, Mr. Crab, by the way.
And look down in the bottom corner. Look at those robots, and look at the outfits. There. Look at that.
It's like the forerunner of Cyberman.
Yeah, effectively. But
I am your grandfather.
I'm so looking forward to this. This is going to be superb. But no, it's just the 12 episodes triple pack, and there's no extras in it. Well, nothing mentioned as extras each DVD. Right. It's just the chapters, so there's no extras in it. It just mentions the chapters. So no extras in it, but still
£1 for the whole show. God,
yeah.
The producer on that show must just be like, God, man, the whole show for $1, really?
Yeah, I know.
See, that's what I remember from Flash Gordon was the.
You're gonna have such a good time, man. You're gonna turn into a 5-year-old in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I'm going to be watching that, sitting there going, woohoo! And it's basically when something happens, the gun goes off and a Flash falls out the spaceship, and then it come back next week to see it flashed, and then the next one the gun goes off and it lands against the door.
Yeah.
He doesn't fall out the door, and basically I said, they changed that bit. I remember watching all that saying, he fell, and the next week he catches. So I'm looking forward to it because I grew up. I remember watching them in Saturday mornings. Me and my dad watching them, and this is going to be a wee trip down memory lane. So
that's some of my favorite parts from the old Batman series too, where the forced cliffhangers. It's like, tune in next week. Will Batman survive?
I love those so much.
I was talking about that, and they're saying this. I says it's 12 episodes, and I was saying, so it's a TV show, and I says no, cinema. They were originally filmed for cinema, so every week
that was the only thing they had.
Yeah, you would go to the cinema every week to see the short, and cool the movie afterwards. Yes, that was important, but it was the reason to get you coming back.
Yeah,
was to watch next week's adventure, and so that was the thing. So, a serial before TV, and people actually just don't understand that. Cinemas used to do that as well.
Well, they used to do it when I was a kid. I was still on Saturday morning pictures.
It's kind of amazing to look back on that because what is going to become of cinema now that streaming has almost taken over the role of cinema in our world?
It's going to be like you would get now. See, like a couple of years ago, just before the pandemic, there's an area up near us, and they have drive-in movies.
Yeah,
they're going to be a niche thing. That's what
we have a drive-in here.
Well, over here they never had drive-ins, but now you can get a drive-in.
Well, at the Hollywood Forever Cemetery, they projected up on a wall and in a picnic setting among the actors that are on screen at the time. So there's that also of these kind of in a park, and Pasadena does a very similar thing also.
What? So
yeah, at the cemetery,
it's a movie
you could
showing
spend the
in
night.
a cemetery.
Yes.
Yeah.
And in a picnic form, broad daylight, of course. Well, not broad daylight. It's at night, of course.
Yeah.
It's a really big thing. It's a really big deal. You could buy seasonal tickets and everything.
Wow, that creeps me out.
Do you know what I missed? And the reason I missed it is weirdness as well. A couple of years back, at New Year, they were doing a showing of It's a Wonderful Life. So me and my wife had got the tickets. It was the car drive-in. So we're going up there for the New Year, sit and watch It's a Wonderful Life. And it got cancelled because of snow. And I'm sitting there thinking, Yeah, based on the movie and the amount of snow in the whole place. Basically, the reason it got cancelled is because of snow, I thought was quite apt. But it's just unfortunate. So there has been a couple of drive-ins locally around here, and I think cinemas are going to be like that in the future. They're going to be like old classic shows they have. Because there's a couple in Glasgow, it's the old Regent and stuff like that. They show old classic black and white movies, and it's design. It's basically you can have it's not the normal cinema. It's tables, so you can go in and have a meal, and it's all broadcast up on the wall, so you can sit and enjoy yourself, have a meal and a drink while you're watching it.
Yeah,
So
I went to a cinema in San Francisco where they had cafe tables with a couch.
Yep.
And you could order drinks and such before the movie played, and then during the film, you would go to these tables. There was only about maybe 30 tables in the size of an arena with a big screen on one side.
Well, in Glasgow, there's one like that, and you can go and they'll broadcast it on the wall, and it's high enough up that nobody's views disrupted the people coming and bringing food to the table and stuff like that. They just ask you when it's on, just to speak quietly if you can. So if somebody's coming with it and you're ordering food or whatever.
Yeah. So anybody who's watching, anybody who owns a pub could do this.
Yeah.
And it would just be a matter of getting the license to project cinema as a revival house.
Yeah, but in effect, I think that's what's going to happen with cinemas. They're going to be rare, and they're going to be something else as well. They're not going to be your standard cinema.
Well, it would be interesting to have a watch party, to rent the place out as a watch party for the current thing that's on television or something. I mean, even that.
She-Hulk, turn it on.
You could have a live Black Adam watch party.
A live watch party of She-Hulk. I think Roman's getting pissed.
Waitress, another pint of vodka.
Pint of vodka.
Oh God!
I'm gonna drink till I'm green.
And everybody else is.
You said it.
Advocaat.
Oh yeah, Avocado, definitely. Avocado and lemonade, snowball.
That's the old joke. The two wee guys sitting there drinking, and they've decided, I want to try something new. What do you think? He says, I don't know. What's that thing the Pope drinks? He says, oh, he drinks that Advocaat stuff. So they turn to the barman, 2 pints of Advocaat, barman. So they get the pints. 2 more pints, please, barman. So they drink it. And the next morning they wake up in some state, green stuff all over them. And one turns to the other and says, the Pope drinks that. No wonder they carry him around in a chair. So sorry, jokes just pop out of my head. Old jokes. I can't help myself. But that's my pick of the week. I can't help myself. That and Isom, and I'm going to read that tomorrow. So I may do a wee review of Isom after I've read it, but don't hold your breath because depends how busy I'm going to be tomorrow. I've got a number 2 speech to record for Alec. Still got to record that. I was meant to do it Sunday, but with my grandson coming over, and I was just
plenty of time, PJ. Plenty of time.
Oh, by the way, I'll not be around on Tuesday to vote for Iron Sky.
Oh.
My wife's going to watch Robbie Williams, and I'm going to pick her up after the concert, so I'll not be around. Robbie Williams, and you would get involved in my wife's free time.
We're gonna have a grand time talking about that movie. I've been rewatching it, and let me tell you something. Boy, does that film have a lot to say about current environment we're living in. Yes. Holy cannoli!
I remember it, and I was looking forward to watching it again because I just switched. Third Rock from the Sun got stopped and binned again. I got to one of those episodes, and I thought, right, that's it, stop for me. Is the episode where some of the characters were going to it was a black reading group, and Dick, not understanding it, wanted to go, and they says you can't because you're not black. He says, well, you're only mocha and stuff like that, and he wanted to see if there was one for white people. And then every time he asked, and somebody says, you mean that white power? He says, power sounds quite positive, uplifting. Let's go. And then he's sitting there going, these people are quite hateful, aren't they? And he basically, obviously, it's a case of he went, not knowing what it was, found him hateful and didn't want to get anything to do with it. And then when people found he was there, were slagging him off because how dare he go to this and stuff like that. Because it's a case of you go to something, it's about white people, that's really bad. And then it was all about how he was reading the books about how colonialism, how slavery, and it was all the white man's fault. And as soon as halfway through, I just went off, and that's me stopped halfway through the season 5, and I went, nope, that's it, going. Because modern day just actually, I couldn't even watch that, even though it's fun take on it, because that's the way they were going down. And even now, it just basically put me off.
That's what reverse Marxism. Isn't that reverse McCarthyism?
Yeah. So basically, he didn't understand it, which is a good way of actually looking at it, because instead of that, it was still going down about how the white man is bad because of colonialism, slavery, and it was all the white man's fault. It did this and attacked this and did that. And that's effectively what they were going down. And he was learning this. And I thought they had a way of doing it basically from an outside person's in. And he would say, but where's the why are these people separating themselves because of colour? Because surely they're all the human race. Being an alien, it would have been a good bit. It didn't. It went down the route of white man bad, and it was his fault for everything that's happened in the country. And I just stopped. I just couldn't even be bothered after that. And good thing is, it was after the William Shatner episode with a big giant head. So it was after that episode, so I was quite enjoying that. And then a couple of episodes later, I just stopped. So, and I had.
Do you mean the Corbomite maneuver? Or do you mean the one where they had the black and the white? Like, remember the Frank Gorshin one where they in Star Trek where they had their face was black on the left and then white on the right, and then the other guy was reversed.
No,
that was a.
No, what I'm saying is Third Rock from the Sun, the episode with William Shatner in it.
Oh, Third Rock. Oh God, I can't remember. I can't remember the episode.
The big giant head, but they did an episode in that. I was watching it, and it was all about that, and it was about him not understanding why black groups can sit and white groups can't, because that's classed as racist. And it was all about how. And then he started reading books about colonialism, racism, this and that. And it was all the white man's fault. And I just basically went, no, I could not watch that. But the good thing is, William Shatner had been in it earlier as the big giant head, and that was hilariously funny because William Shatner was just tearing up the scene. Everyone he was
was
ripping it all up, having fun. You could just see him just doing the silly stuff. So I was enjoying it right up to that episode, and it's just modern days just actually went, nope, I couldn't watch any further than that, so I stopped. So a couple of programs that's happened to me, I've been watching it, enjoying it, and then something happened. Even if it's an old one, something happens that you saw that this is where it started, and you thought, nah, can't watch that anymore.
Yeah.
Same as I was watching Criminal Minds. And it got to the point where it's all about finding the serial killer, and because she got traumatized, she effectively ruined the collar, which means it was her fault that the guy got off with it. And then she kills him and then plants a drug, and then effectively they check, and the guy, even though he says, we think you did this, and if we had proof, we would arrest you. But after that, nothing. She's still on the team, and I thought, nah. They're effectively turning around and saying that a unit that deals with all this and knows it can't actually work out, she did it based on the way she is, but because she's hurt their friend, they basically just sweep it under the carpet, and I just stopped watching it again. And it's that typical thing. Initially, when I watched it, it didn't bother me because it was just an episode, but because of the way they actually treat it. If it was one of the guys doing it, would they have done the same? And that's all I thought. If it was one of the guys doing it, he would have probably been caught and jailed.
Yeah.
Because it was a woman. It was seen as understandable. And I thought, nah. It's a shame, because I still got all the DVDs, but I don't really watch them anymore.
Yeah, see, this is a part of it, because, the whole Star Trek and Star Wars fandom is is being accused of it being impossible to go. You always have the originals. It's like, no, we really don't anymore, because they're not the originals anymore. We don't even have the originals anymore. So it's all I can watch is the special editions, and every time I watch it, it reminds me of how bad it's going to get.
Yeah.
So
it's
yeah.
I quite agree. Sorry, Wendy. Go ahead.
Very briefly, speaking of that, we were in town earlier today and passed the TV and movie store, and wouldn't you know, they're now putting out in big, very much in top shelf plain view, the original Star Wars cast. And when I say, George Lucas original trilogy, all this new merchandise, this really, really beautiful sculpts of, of like Luke in his flight suit. And it's fascinating because we both kind of looked at each other and went, yeah, they've finally gone, wait a minute, which stuff is actually selling? Oh, it's this stuff. Right.
Oh, the
okay.
new stuff, yeah.
Yeah. The new stuff is
totally
the new
awful.
stuff
No
is
one
just
buys that stuff.
No.
Roman, Stephen, remember we were talking about Crichton? That's Crichton from Red Dwarf.
Nice.
Crichton. Crichton. That's
Or a
Crichton
droid?
from Red Dwarf. And that's Lister from Red Dwarf.
Yep.
I love
Lister
the
and
trope
Cat are
of
my
the
favorite.
fabulous cat character.
Oh,
It's all over anime, actually.
You need to look at the
kind
cat.
of character.
The cat is a character on his own. He can steal every street scene he's in. Danny John Jones eats the scenes. He's just basically screwed. He's a cat. He is literally, you can see a cat. If you'd actually taken any cat and made him into a human, Danny John Jones plays that cat.
He nails it. Yeah.
He nails it. So it's just one of those things. Yeah, I mean, you see him, his suit. Oh, it's got a crease. I'll need to fix it. And then he brings it an iron and irons it. It's just really silly things. But I just thought when I was putting Ming away, I didn't remember I had those two. So things. But anyway, what I was going to say is about the same line is I always used to say, when people would say not the unearthly child, the timeless child, ruined Doctor Who for them. And I thought, how can it ruin a program? Because all you do is you stop watching it from there. You've still got all that stuff in the back. So even though I didn't like the new stuff, it didn't ruin the classic stuff for me. And I always used to say, just stop watching it from then on. So just don't watch it from her thing onwards. So you've still got all that stuff in the history until the Wheel of Time turned up. And as soon as I saw that, every time I listen to the Wheel of Time, those characters pop up. And now, when you're purchasing Wheel of Time, it is Rosamund Pike reading it. So, and it's 3 hours longer. So why is it 3 hours longer? It's not that she speaks a lot slower. It's what they added into it to tie with that. Have they changed the story of the original book? But it's accordingly, it's the original book. So how is it 3.5 hours longer when she's reading it than the original guy reading it? And the problem is, all my books went to the charity shop because I could not. I just could not deal with them because of that TV show. So then I understood that when anybody says that timeless child ruined Doctor Who for me.
Yeah, because you know it's out there. That's the problem.
Yes, that's the problem.
Even if you don't watch it, you know it's there. I never saw The Timeless Child. I didn't want to see The Timeless Child, but I know it's there. It's a big turd in the punch bowl. You know it's there. You try to avoid it, but you know it's there.
Yeah. So no matter what you do, you have to either get to that point, you have to watch it to get past it, or that whole section that they might refer back to, you just don't know because of that's in it. And
it's the baby. It's the baby Ruth in the swimming pool in Caddyshack.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Because
that's actually a better metaphor because they intended it to be candy, and it may even have been an overt troll, like She-Hulk finally revealed.
It was. Yeah.
It's all a political move to break something. It's so obvious, even if it was politically well driven by the community that brought it to us. Like they truly believed that we needed to see this. Even then.
I was going to say is that I wonder if the last 5 minutes be tomorrow a recreation of the end scene from Dallas.
I gotta hope so.
Peter Capaldi will come in the show and go, what's
Yeah.
that? Or he'll basically
Deadpool could
stand up
solve
and go,
this problem.
"Oh, sorry, I fainted there for a minute."
No, probably David Tennant or something, you know.
I want to
Yeah.
see Deadpool enter the episode just before she turns and just smacks her around a little bit, you know, or
Well,
because he
apparently
could do that, right? He has a time travel device.
Well, apparently the last scene is her about to regenerate on the edge of the cliff. What I've heard.
I saw that.
Holy
and I said,
cliffhanger!
Yeah.
no, I saw that, and my comment is that the cliff that her ratings went off of.
Yeah.
See, the thing is, they can't even actually use that as an original. Sylvester McCoy had a cliffhanger, and that was the one he was hanging off the cliff on his brolly. So he did an actual cliffhanger ending. So it's the fact that they're having a cliffhanger doesn't even, it's not even original.
It's another just they hate old Doctor Who, but they still have to rip off old Doctor Who because that's all they got. Hey, I got to roll, guys.
Take care, Roman.
Thank you.
See you on Tuesday.
I don't know. My weeks are a little topsy turvy right now, so I'm gonna have to ask your forgiveness.
I'm here.
on that.
I'll plug the channel Monday and Thursday, so no worries about that, Roman.
And remember, the next week or Wednesday is Beetlejuice.
Yes, we just watched that. Yeah.
I love Beetlejuice.
Beetlejuice.
Yeah, we just watched it in anticipation of Wednesday.
We're gonna get out of here, but you guys have a great Saturday. Always fun to be here, and be awesome. Go talk geeky.
Cheers, Roman. Take care.
Cheers, guys.
Yes, Wednesday's the 26th of October.
Yes, neither one of us had seen Beetlejuice in absolutely over a decade, you know, and we just had not seen it in ages. And it came up on Prime to watch for free. So last night we watched it after I finished work, and it was so much fun to see it again. And we'd basically forgotten most of it as well. So it was like watching it for the first time. It was really good. And Keaton was so good, wasn't he?
And the only bit I remember about it is, I must admit, is the calypso, where I'm sitting around the table. And it's one of the things that I still is very crisp in the mind, just because it's such a fun scene.
Yes. Yeah.
It just actually just all the cast just seem to be getting into it.
Baby Winona Ryder for me is and the existence of Alec Baldwin in there.
Oh my God!
It's
I know.
so bizarre to look back on it from our perspective and just be like, oh my God, these people. Winona just blows it away in Stranger Things. She's absolutely fantastic.
She's a great actress anyway. I love
she's
Winona
beautiful
Ryder.
as that mother. Absolutely astounding reemergence of Winona in our lives. And then Alec, it's just like, oh man, Alec, Jesus, do you know what you're about to do, you dumb? It's so weird to look back on that film now.
I know, and remember him in The Hunt for Red October, how great he was in that as well.
Yeah.
Honestly, what a great actor he was. Really
Married
just
to
so
the Mob
sad.
as well is fantastic. I don't know if anybody remembers Married to the Mob.
I remember it, but I don't think I've ever
It's
seen
been a while
that.
since I saw Married to the Mob.
Remember the title. But yeah, that was...
And to keep it in the comic book vein, he plays the Shadow. And I absolutely adore that movie, The Shadow.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one either.
So good. Steampunk, early 1920s electro steampunk kind of film.
The one I remember in The Shadow, or maybe I'm mixing it, was it not or Liam Neeson? Did he not play The Shadow as well?
I think he did. I kind of
was
remember.
Was that Darkman?
Oh no, that was Darkman.
That's right. It's just
Darkman is awesome. It's so 80s and based on an 80s book, wasn't it?
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. Every time I think The Shadow, but it was Darkman. So I was getting the two of them mixed up. So
yeah, and everybody forgets the guy who destroyed his career with the Titanic, who played the Phantom.
You mean?
Go.
In the Titanic, you mean the Titanic the film?
Yeah, the Zach.
Billy Zane, you mean?
Billy Zane, that's it.
Yeah.
Billy Zane.
You know, Billy Zane was at the Scottish Comic Con last weekend.
Was he really?
Yeah. And I never saw him because I was only there for about 4 hours. But a lot of the cast, when they were getting signs to stop people taking pictures of the big names, they were all in an area that you went through, so you couldn't actually take pictures. Because Ewan McGregor was there and Billy Zane. And
you know, it just dawned on me, what would Billy Zane look like as Superman?
Very zany.
Don't know.
But better than Nicolas Cage.
That's true.
With a long hair.
Or Batman then.
Batman, I can that works a little bit better. But definitely not Superman, I don't think.
Yep. We had a lot of those movies. Even Dick Tracy with Warren Beatty was awesome.
It was awesome. I liked the way they coloured it because it was very comic book. The yellow coat.
It was noir done correctly. It wasn't lighting on by accident. It was lighting on purpose.
Yeah. It was just so well done. And I know Sin City did something similar, but I think Dick Tracy worked better for it. So it did. It just looked better, and you could see it's almost like the comic book come to life because it was the colours were so vibrant. So you were it was a Dark Knight, and then the yellow.
Right, like the one we got recently, where it's Jude Law and Gwyneth Paltrow, Captain something, and the
Captain and the thing with Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Right. Yep. Like that. It was like right out of a comic book. Like straight, they just peeled it right off the page and put it on screen. It was so authentic.
What it reminds me of that is Tank Girl. That reminds me of something that somebody's taken straight from the comic book and put straight on TV.
Right. Yeah. It was almost no interference. They even used comic book imagery in the same way that that's Flash Gordon opens with comic book imagery.
Yeah.
And so does the original Superman with Christopher Reeve. They open up with a comic book.
Yeah. But that's when it was done right. And that's the thing. You don't know because, right, I like Guardians of the Galaxy never bothered me because I didn't know anything about them. But that never normally puts me off something. I think it put me off was it's just another one, and because they were oversaturated, so it was almost a case of here we go again, and that's the thing. And so Guardians of the Galaxy never grabbed me, but I hear other ones they're talking about. Squirrel Girl, yeah. If a few years ago, if I heard one called Squirrel Girl, I would be thinking Tank Girl. That was really good. I wonder if this is going to be good. But now I hear stuff and I just think, nah, you know what it's going to be like, so I'm not going to even bother. And that's the problem. They've oversaturated it. They've oversaturated the crap parts of them. So do I want to watch something new, even though I remember the good stuff like Tank Girl? It's weird. So,
see, once again, you remember the comedy bits that you showed us. You know, the guy with the big shoulders doing the Patton bit, and the guy with the giant hands as a priest.
The same guy.
The way they did Dick Tracy and the way they did Tank Girl was you could see the edges of the special effect, and that kind of gave it a charm that broke it away from. It gave it stepped below the uncanny valley of the production.
Yeah.
Right. It made it more 2D in a way because it was a little bit low tech, and we weren't really supposed to be paying that much attention. It was like Star Trek, like old Star Trek did the same thing. It becomes more storybook when it almost appears like a stage play.
Yeah, it does. But I'm just so happy we're actually going to be doing Tank Girl in November.
And do you know what? I actually don't think I've ever seen the whole film, and I loved the actress that's in it.
She's just so zany. She
works. It works.
She does. She just fitted the role perfectly.
Yeah, Laurie. I can't think of her surname.
Laurie
Petty.
Was it Perry?
Petty.
Petty.
Petty. That's right.
Aye.
Yeah. She
Actually
was
related
perfect for
to
that
Tom
role.
Petty.
No way.
That's my understanding. I mean, I guess
Cool.
fact check if anybody wants to, but that's
Cool.
the way I heard it.
Yeah. But wow.
So yeah, you're going to enjoy it.
Wowee.
I'm curious to hear your take on Jet Girl. I'd
Yeah,
be very
Yeah.
curious to hear
Yeah.
your take on that
the
character.
wee mousy girl and the tank girl, the jet girl just in the background, and then she just basically.
Yeah, she's the Uber tech geek.
Yep.
She's a
Oh,
motorhead.
cool. Cool.
But she's
Yeah, see that-
coy as a squirrel. She's as coy as a tiny little squirrel. It's great.
Because I
Yeah,
remember
well,
that from
that movie is right up my street. Right up my street.
Yep. Yeah, it's great. It's so much fun. I love it. I love every bit of it.
Cool. Yeah, I look forward to catching up with that one. Then I'll have to see if I can get a hold of a copy of that.
Yeah, I love Tank Girl. So it's just one of those ones that I would never have assumed I liked. But when I first saw it, I just thought, this is like watching a comic book. And to me, that was the perfect way of describing it.
Well, that's done right then. Yeah.
And it's one of those ones. It's like, remember the Flintstones one with the live action one?
John Goodman and
John Goodman. What'd you call her?
I didn't watch it, but it was highly hyped. So you kind of know who the actors are in it.
The story was mediocre, but it was like watching the cartoon come to life.
Yeah.
Because Rick Moranis was great as Barney. Rosie O'Donnell was great as Betty. So she was. She wasn't like Betty, but even the fact is, she practiced the laugh to try and get the part. So she at least knew she wouldn't get the Betty look based on a lot of things, but she wanted to sound like the character she was portraying. The fact that she went out of her way to learn how to laugh like Betty from the cartoon.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, really good. It's just, it worked for me because it was like watching one of the short cartoons come to life, and it worked.
Yep.
And I liked it for that. Even though the story was, you couldn't class the story as anything up and above okay, but the way it was done, I thought was done well. You could just imagine somebody colouring that in, they're drawing it.
That's when they could research the characters properly.
Yes, that was when they didn't actually try and make the characters them. They wanted to be the character.
Proper dedication.
Laurie Petty is not related to John. She's my age, 60. She's
Thanks for the confirmation.
From
I am
Tennessee.
corrected.
TN is Tennessee.
In Florida. Tom Petty's from Florida. There you go. Yeah.
The one criticism I had of that Flintstones movie, and most of the films like it, was they should have committed the camera to the same way it was on television as well. Don't move the damn camera all around. Lock the damn thing off and let the performance happen on TV, right?
Yeah.
Instead of all this super action stuff where the camera's following somebody flying through the air, and don't do the tricks, man. They didn't do the tricks in the show. Pay homage to the cameraman too. Yeah,
Elizabeth Taylor, as well. That's right.
Really?
I forgot about that. Halle Berry played the secretary, didn't she?
That's funny.
Gosh, I completely missed that at the time. I remember it coming out and getting a tremendous amount of PR, but I just didn't get around to seeing it. And I was a little wary of it, I suppose.
Yeah.
Because again, very fond memories of the original cartoon, but that's awesome to hear that they did a good job on it. That's great.
See, I'd seen other ones that they tried to do the similar idea. They tried to make it the cartoon come to life, and it didn't work because it just looked stale, because they didn't actually write a new story. They tried to take one of the 15-minute cartoons and drag it out So they made it, and that's why it just looked stale, because it was just, there was nothing happening a lot of the times. They just had the characters try to look like the characters and act like the characters, but they had nothing really to do, or they would take bits from different stories and throw it in, and it didn't make any sense.
Yeah,
So,
it's almost like they didn't finish it. Like all the production values were there, but they still didn't have a screenplay.
Yeah. So I was a wee bit when I saw it. I saw it because it was the Flintstones. I just love the Flintstones. So I saw it, and then I thought, actually, I was not disappointed with that. I enjoyed it. And that, to me, is the perfect way of doing it. If you get in loving something and it's paying homage to it, and you can still come out and think, yeah, I quite enjoyed that.
Yeah, you could tell that they were really trying hard. You could tell, you could see their effort in the project. You know, regardless of how you may feel about how it turned out, you could see that the guys really tried really hard to make this all work. Even the cast was like, all right, everybody's on board. This is like a school play. It's, you know, we suck, but it's still really good because everybody's trying really hard.
Yeah, and I did enjoy it, and I think I might actually fire it into my list of movies. Mind you, my list of movies actually goes on till the end of January, so and I've got other stuff to add to the list. So yeah, my movies keep getting added in, and accordingly I might be losing my Blu-ray player, because my wife is going, "Oh, you've got a Blu-ray player in your room?" She says, "How easy is it to move?" I'll put it into another room, and probably when I'm reorganizing, the Blu-ray player will go through to the living room. So if I want to watch my Blu-rays, I kind of just fire them up on my big telly here.
I'm surprised, PJ, that you haven't started at least maneuvering some of your stuff into boxes. Like, begin emptying some of those cubicles out just in your spare time.
I can't. The idea of it is
terrifying.
Having empty spaces, because it'll have to be because the amount of stuff I've got. My house is basically, it's quite a long house. So I'm right at the very back. So there's a long corridor, and the long corridor is going to be full with just my DVDs piled up down the corridor.
Wow.
That's including all my other stuff. Because I need to keep my DVDs in order, because I've got them catalogued for shelves. So if I take them off, they have to go back in the same shelf, or I need to re-catalogue everything, which means the things will have to be piled up, and I'll have to catalogue them as I'm putting them up. So I need to organise as things are going out, have to be organised. Things like the plates and the figures and all that, they can be, because I'm taking all my figures out of the boxes and I'm going to have them piled up behind me. So that's going to save me a lot of space. So, but that's only going to be mainly my Doctor Who stuff. There's going to be figures like my Star Trek and my Babylon 5 are going to stay in the boxes. But the Doctor Who stuff just comes out of the box, and that's just going to get piled up because I've got a lot of shelf boxes like that. And the boxes are like that where they've got 3 figures in it. So those 3 figures will take that much space. So it's going to give me a lot more space. All my Funkos will just have to be piled up on top of each other at the back. So
right, as a wallpaper.
As a wallpaper, yes. And it's things like
which is what they are. It's so insane. The whole Funko Pop thing is madness. You guys are out of your mind collecting all of that stuff.
Yeah, it's the same as my Judge Dredd was the only one I'd taken out the box. And the only reason I'd taken him out the box is because he didn't have a frown. So I took a permanent marker to it.
I remember that, yeah.
Because Judge Dredd without a frown was just a judge. Sorry, it was Judge Dredd, and that was it. So I took a permanent marker to give him a frown, then put it back in the box.
I had an alert that actually came up on my phone that the Nosferatu Funko, there's one that's like the monochrome version, like the based on the original film. It's actually like black and white, and it's come back up, I guess, on Amazon or something, and it's just I can't do it at the moment, and I was just like, drat. But I'm not like a huge Funko collector, but I do like a couple of Funkos. Like I have my Negan Funko from The Walking Dead, And
I've got one or two Funkos. I don't know exactly how many I've got. I've got a load of Doctor Who as well as Magic the Gathering. I've got a load of them as well.
Yeah, they're fun, but
you must be
we haven't
seduced by
got the room.
the Buffy bug and the Firefly bug. You have to get all the Funkos for all of your favorite Whedon properties.
Firefly,
be seduced, Wen. Be seduced.
Yeah, well, my bank account is not seduced, so that's the problem.
I've got Firefly the figures, so I have.
Yeah, Firefly was
Buffy,
great.
Anytime I get a Buffy stuff, it usually went to my daughter, who was a big Buffy fan. So
oh god, I love all the Buffy stuff as well. I mean, like I say, you could just basically empty your bank account, and it's space as well, and it's having cats, which definitely reins you in on how much fragile stuff you can have around. Because they like bouncing stuff on the floor.
Dogs is when mine want to sit up here. I need to make sure there's nothing around it they can knock down.
Yeah, no, cats really like.
And that's just dogs.
That's right. Cats enjoy destruction.
Why is that? Is it also like them spraying all the time? Because it's like territorial, isn't it? Like I see this action figure that she likes, and it's like, no, I'm more important than you, action figure. You're gone, buddy.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's hilarious.
Brian, I've got a database of all my DVDs. I've got them already organised, and I've got over 1,500 of them. So the idea of piling them all up, then reorganising them again.
Oh gosh, yeah.
I'm going to literally shelf comes out, piles up, shelf comes out, piles up, shelf comes out. Because I did that the last time I reorganised everything, and I just piled them all up high, and then I put them on. And as I was putting them on, I put them into a database.
Yeah.
I ain't doing that again.
Yeah, no, our cats have knocked so many things down, and they knocked down some DVDs, and Darren had them all categorized, like on the CDs. I beg your pardon. The cat knocked the whole shelf forward on the floor.
Jeez.
So they all had to be completely recategorized. Some of the cases broke and stuff, but we love them. I'd walk through fire for them, but I gotta keep my fragile stuff way away from them.
Yeah. That is true.
Yeah, he was.
I used to have 2 cats, and I had to put a mesh over. When I had my 2 cats, I only had one shelf like this. That long ago, I had one shelf similar to that, and I had to put a mesh over it so the cats couldn't get into it.
Yeah, because it does take, it's you can't relax really. So I mean, the room where we keep a lot of our stuff is more or less a cat-free room. There's one that has permission to come in. The other 2 have ASBOs. Roscoe particularly, but yeah, it limits how much you can collect because if you can't hide it behind like a glass case or put it up high, it's just fair game, and it's like throwing your money in the garbage.
Right. Well, even in a glass case, you can't have them jumping up on top of that case either, because they'll rock it back and forth till something falls over.
Absolutely, yeah.
Please, Wendy, please tell me you've also got a cat called Enos.
we would.
That's what he's called Enos as well.
I know that's what he's named after, though. He is named after Sheriff Roscoe, because he always crashes into things.
Roscoe P. Coltrane.
That's right, Roscoe P. Catbrain. That's what his full name is.
I was just laughing at Jacob. He watched Nosferatu last night, and Nosferatu was a bit of a peeping Tom.
That's right, he was in that scene. Yeah, he was like watching her through when he moved to the building opposite them. Do you know who's scarier than Nosferatu is the guy that plays I guess he's like the lawyer or the Knock. The character's name is Knock. He was scarier than Nosferatu was. He's freaking terrifying, man. He was like,
yeah, it's the frame rate. I can guarantee you it has to do with the way they were staging it, the way the lighting was working,
yes.
and
also
the makeup they were using as well.
Well, that's it. The makeup was to highlight things, because you look at some of the older movies when they remastered them, you can see the plaster makeup across. So you look at some of them, you see the makeup. You actually can see the makeup, how thick it is on their skin because they've been the remaster something.
Yeah, they were expecting a certain amount of grain in the image to hide a lot of that makeup. They had already tested all of these features before they filmed them.
Yeah.
But it's the accent of the eyeballs and the strange Frank Miller-like angles that the eyeball is depicted in, and they're accentuating the eye in theatrically. They're overplaying their eyes.
It's like
that's what I love about that film.
Remember the William Hartnell character in the docudrama.
Yes, yes.
Remember he was saying how he was explaining to Ian, this is where you act, your face, because he was an old theatre actor. And that, because he brought it to TV and it was a case of you act with your face. So hence the reason why the ones that did like Nosferatu and a lot of the earlier stuff, their eyes were wide.
It's very exaggerated. Yeah.
It's very exaggerated because they were theatre actors, and because they were doing it, they had to exaggerate things. So instead of being scared, then it was the eyes had to be scary. And
they weren't allowing a natural head position either. They were always asking them to play their face or their eyes to the camera so the camera could see them in much the same way that you play the front of the stage.
Yeah.
You play to the fourth wall.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But but the thing is, you think about it, Dracula was always a Pete and Tom because he always wanted to be invited in. So he'd be sitting outside and it would be, open the window.
Oh, yes, Salem's Lot.
Yeah, I mean, it would be outside. It would be the Pete and Tom. Yeah, that's the girl I want. Open the window.
How about Dracula Dead? I'm loving it.
Isn't that from Hell?
See, that was well done.
Yeah.
Although that couldn't be remade now.
I know.
That final the end scene where he goes, you, and he turns around and he's black because he sucked the blood of a black woman. That could, you think about it, that whole, no matter how funny it is, because of that last wee, less than 10 seconds clip at the end, that whole movie could not be remade the same way. They would have to change it.
I think the creepiest bit for that was Stephen King's It, the miniseries with David Salt.
Yeah.
Where you got the kid gets vampires and the kid is.
Oh, you're thinking of Salem's Lot, Carl.
Sorry, Salem's Lot.
Yeah.
Well, I was wondering there. I was thinking that's no the thing with vampires.
Yeah, Salem's Lot. Yeah.
It was so scary. Yeah, that was really good.
But that's the way it was. You used to they would do things that TV shows. They're on at 9 o'clock. Your kids can't watch it. You want a bloody bet? And it was basically you'd be sitting up there going, can I sleep down here tonight? I'm not going up to my bed. And it was literally you would be watch stuff, it would freak you out, creep you out, and you ain't going back, you ain't going to bed, no way. Or sitting up the whole night, making sure nothing's shut in the window. And that was a thing I was talking about last week. It was something that happened. I woke up in the middle of the night and it's typical just lying there, and it reminded me why them freaked me out. It's because I remembered the dream I had when I was a kid.
Yeah.
It was after seeing them. I used to stay, as I said, they're close. And it was basically 4 high tenements all along. And the dream was I had to make sure the windows were closed because the giant ants were crawling over the building. And if we were outside, we heard the squealing, we had to hide under the bushes just in case the ants saw us. And it brought that dream back, which I've not even thought about for 30, 40 years. And I'm sitting there lying thinking, yeah, I now remember why I used to be freaked out by them and why it stuck with me for so long and why I love that, because it scared me.
That film, them, and in the States, it's the title is The Crawling Eye. But over here in the UK, I've noticed it's called The Trollenberg Terror. And it's right in that same time frame that the one you were mentioning, PJ, them. And it's basically literally a crawling eye, and it's like this alien thing that I think that lands, and it's from like I think it's from a like a
is that the
meteor
one with
or
the
something like
spiders
that.
with faces?
No, I don't think so. It's quite an old film, and it's one of those ones that has two titles. It's called The Crawling Eye on the US side, and it's called The Trollenberg Terror.
I haven't seen either of them.
I have such fond memories of watching that when I was little. I can remember being at like a relative's house, and my dad was in. He was a carpenter by trade, but he was also a musician and he was a drummer. And so my mom used to take him to his gigs in what was then Yonkers, New York, and she would drop me off at like a relative's, like at her sister's house, and I'd hang out with them and their family while, she waited for my dad to finish his gig. And I can remember watching that, sitting on their living room floor, and that film, like them with you, PJ, really, really stayed with me, as did them. But there's something about that movie, The Crawling Eye, and it took me years and years and years to finally see that somebody actually had it on. You could actually get a copy of it on DVD. I thought I would never, ever be able to find that film again. I was just really chuffed when I saw it.
New stuff now. Right, guys, I'll be for a wee sec. I'll be back shortly.
Okay.
Yeah, I just found. I'm putting.
Did you find it?
Yeah, I have a shot of the creature. I'm putting it in the DM.
Okay.
Oh, just give it a sec to load up. Because the poster doesn't reveal what you're talking about, but I think this GIF does a pretty good job.
Some of the posters do. It depends on. Yeah, I've noticed there is a poster that shows it, but there is a GIF of it as well floating around. Is it in the private chat in StreamYard, or is it in the DM?
No, it's in the DM on Twitter.
Oh, okay, I shut
this
my
way everybody
Twitter
can
app
take
down.
a look. Audience.
I shut my
But I found it while Googling the title of the film. It's part of their library.
Cool. I'm just going in now to have a little look. But yeah, that's like one of those films. And the other one was, and Mr. Hyde and I have done it on his channel, is title's just gone out of my head. Killer Shrews. The Killer Shrews. That was another mad hokey one. But another classic that I just never thought I would see again. And I was just so thrilled to see that that one too is quite accessible now. Yeah, that's it. That's it. That thing gave me nightmares.
I could see why.
And I was like,
old were you when you were seeing this?
Oh, I was quite young. I was probably maybe 7, 8.
Yeah, late night TV back in the day had some creepy old movies.
No, I wasn't even that old.
You could just turn the dial and all of a sudden something grabs you and you're like, okay, I'll watch this for a little while.
Oh God, I used to love
And then all of a
nights.
sudden some monster comes out and you're like, what the hell am I watching?
Yeah, my mom knew I loved horror movies and things, and she used to kind of like pretend not to notice that I would like, be sat in the living room and watching things at like 1 o'clock in the morning, because some of the stuff you couldn't actually see. Although Saturdays was the big horror day, wasn't it? You could see lots of horror movies on a Saturday.
Yeah, well, it was because I'm imagining what date night was like when these things were actually shown for the first time. Like they were in theaters. Like, would a guy really take a girl if she was brave enough to go and watch this crazy movie with him?
Because she'd be clinging on to him, so he'd probably be like,
well, that would be the motive for the guy. But could he talk a girl into doing such a thing?
Oh, that's the thing. That's the thing. I mean,
she would know that, oh my God, this movie's going to be so spooky, and it'll be a perfect excuse to grab onto him. Right?
Yes,
Like that's
exactly.
what she
Except,
wants in the first place. Like,
yeah,
what was the market? What was the landscape of the
say-
marketplace for a thing
yeah.
like this?
I was
Oh
gonna
yeah,
say,
Jacob is saying in the chat, yeah, the Killer Shrews. Do you
Hmm.
know who was in the Killer Shrews? And I didn't realize this. Really understand the full cast until we reviewed it and watched it on Mr. Hyde's channel. Sheriff Roscoe, James Best, a very young, very dashing James Best was in Killer Shrews. He's sort of like the hunky lead
It's surprising
in
when
it.
because DeForest Kelly back in the day, good goo.
Oh,
I mean, he's a cute man back in the
I
day, you
know.
know.
I loved him. Absolutely loved him. Lovely
You
man.
know.
Hmm.
So it's
Um,
funny to go further back. You know, we
yeah,
were just talking about Beetlejuice and Alec Baldwin, and he was
yeah.
such a baby boy in that movie. I
I
mean, he's
know.
probably in his mid-20s, but
He was
you
a
know,
baby. I know. I know.
he's all slender and all coy and silly, and, and
I
trying
know
to be
it's a
serious.
trip. It is a trip to see that film again now. And you had Gina Davis, who obviously, went on to great things, later on in her career as well. But
Indeed.
you had, it was just so funny to see them
Yeah,
so
and
young.
Winona Ryder's mother or stepmother or whatever she's supposed to be.
She was the stepmother. Yeah.
She had a whole career too, right? She was almost
Yeah,
like a Madeline Kahn replacement
Yeah.
in
she
ways.
was. And she plays the mom in Home Alone. She's the actress that played the mom
Right.
in Home Alone. Yeah.
Bless her merry heart. She
Yes.
must have made so much residual on that film.
Oh my God. Can you imagine? I know.
A
But
lucky break.
yep. But they did. They got some great actors in Beetlejuice. And again, Keaton, I was a huge Michael Keaton fan back when he was doing stand-up, if you could believe. You
Right.
could still catch him doing stand-up on like the Merv Griffin show or like Mike Douglas show or whatever. You might pop
And
up
they
on one of
did
them.
Mr. Mom and Night Shift, and
Yeah.
like this whole other thing started happening with him. And
And
then he
they
did
were great.
Batman, and it's like, wait, what? What?
Yeah, I loved him as Batman. I was like, he's my favorite Batman. Except next to
remember-
Adam West, of course.
Do you remember when he was first announced as Batman and you go, what? Mr. Mum's playing Batman?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was
you
weird.
wouldn't say, yeah, like if someone said that to you, you'd be like, really? But when he actually played the role, he was really great. I mean, he
Yeah.
could turn his hand to the sort of the dark, moody, dramatic role, as well as to the comedy roles, which he was much more known for. But he did another film that's quite obscure, unless you do watch a lot of his films. And it was called,
The House.
it was about, say again?
Remember he did one film, is that these people rent a house off of him or something?
Pacific Heights.
Yeah, that's it.
That was freaking terrifying. He was so scary in that. Again, he can really turn his hand to just about anything. And he did a film about AA, about Alcoholics Anonymous, and it was so moving. It was such a fantastic film, and it's quite an obscure one. I can't think of the name of it off the top of my head because I'm old. But that he's just done so many good things. I've
His
just really
role
missed
in
him in
Birdman,
films.
in the
Mhm. I
recent
haven't seen it
Birdman.
yet.
I haven't seen that yet.
Oh, he's astounding. Because it's meta, right?
Oh, okay.
The Batman reference is his former career, and it's so obviously talking about him playing Batman.
Oh, interesting.
And he's
Okay.
trying to reemerge as a theatrical actor, and everybody's on his case that he used to be Batman.
So he's typecast.
Yeah.
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 And that's the reason why the producers want him on stage, is because, yeah, he was freaking Batman.
Yeah. I'm Batman.
So there's
What
this
are
weird
you,
meta
man?
thing happening throughout the show, and it's all jazz. Background music alone, the soundtrack alone is worth the viewing. And the camera never stops. The camera almost never cuts, ever.
Yeah. I was going to mention, going back to Doctor Who, take the actor John Pertwee. Went from the third Doctor and became Wurzel Gummidge.
Mm-hmm.
They director on, and it just shows that you go from one typecast to another typecast.
Yeah.
He just took on Wurzel Gummidge like anything else, and made it like his own.
Yeah.
It's just great.
Yeah.
You've just got great actors out there who, yeah, you think they're going to be typecast or something, but they can.
Some of them pull it off, and some of them get quite badly typecast. So it's a bit of a luck of the draw, really.
Yeah.
Brian in the chat has said the actress's name, Catherine O'Hara. I couldn't think of her name before, in Beetlejuice, who plays the stepmom.
Yeah, and the mother. She played a mother again. It's interesting how dynamic those two types of mothers are from each other, and yet played by the same actress.
Yes. Yep. Yeah, she's brilliant. So yeah, looking forward to chatting about Beetlejuice. That's such a fun film. And I did see something today. I don't know. I can't remember where I saw it. Twitter probably. Some kind of hint that Tim Burton is going to have another go at doing another Beetlejuice film.
Yeah, I could see Michael Keaton is definitely just banking. He's just like, you know what? You want me? My casting agent is. I can't keep him off the phone. My casting agent is calling me every 5 seconds. You know what? Striking while the iron's hot.
Yeah, but the thing is, I think it's going to be Johnny. It's going to be Johnny Depp, because obviously that's who he works with now. Tim Burton. He works pretty exclusively with Johnny, doesn't he?
They're not going to bring Keaton in to revise Beetlejuice?
I don't know. I don't know. All I saw was some kind of a headline that said that they were going to do another Beetlejuice film and that Johnny was in it. But I don't know if there'll be any involvement.
Winona would be on board for that, because Winona and him did Edward Scissorhands,
which is a wonderful film. Edward Scissorhands was great. Yeah,
they could have a wonderful time on Trunket. On tour, talking to the camera, interviews and such. Remembering Edward Scissorhands and talking about Beetlejuice at the same time. That would be fun.
Yeah, definitely.
Because they're cute. They were cute in that movie, I thought.
They were. They actually made a really great pairing.
It was Vincent Price's last movie, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here we go. Is Johnny Depp in the new Beetlejuice? Oh, this is interesting. Oh, wait. No, I don't want to run that one. That's YouTube. Yeah, I'm just trying to uncover this. Beetlejuice 2 rumors. Let's see. Tim Burton comments on Beetlejuice 2 rumors. Quote, I am working on ideas. And this was published 7 hours ago on MovieWeb.
Okay.
Director Tim Burton himself has weighed in on the recent reports of a Beetlejuice sequel. Nothing officially announced. It was reported back in Feb that Brad Pitt's Plan B was producing Beetlejuice 2, with Michael Keaton and Winona Ryder expecting to reprise their roles. This was followed by rumors that Johnny Depp would also be joining the cast in a mystery role. Interesting. So that's sort of promising that, if they are going to do this, that Michael Keaton and Winona would be involved again. I'm not a big fan of revivals or, remakes, but Tim Burton is the same director that did the first one. So that might be worth, banking on. But interesting.
Right.
Okay. So it's in the early phases. It's so funny.
It looks like it's still,
I hope they actually just make an entertaining movie rather than one with a message. That's the problem. Nowadays,
well, that's the worry nowadays. Yeah. Just make a fun movie,
Well, if Depp comes on board in any capacity whatsoever, then I think we could trust that he's not going to let it get out of control, because he's banking on the grassroots of what happened with Amber Heard in the trial And that's where his
Mhm.
entire career is going in the near future, which is why he's already hooking up with Robert Downey Jr. I heard rumor that he wants to be in the new
Really?
Sherlock Holmes movie.
Ooh,
So
interesting.
that the two of them are going to get together and just be like, yeah, to hell with you guys. We're going to do whatever the hell we want because we are the team of, Johnny Depp and Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
Stop us.
Anyway, I'm going to bail now. Sorry, it's a bit early, but
No,
Talk to
no,
you soon.
Colin, you do the promotions for tomorrow and Tuesday. So
Cheers.
Thanks, Alec, for joining us.
Take care, Alec.
problem.
See you,
Everyone
Alec.
have a great weekend and catch you later.
Ta-ra.
Yep.
Mate.
Take care. Bye-bye.
And then there was 4.
Oh
There
my
was
goodness,
more.
that's so funny.
And
There's,
one of them's still Wendy.
What's that called?
I said one of them's still Wendy.
it's
And
true.
yeah, it's
Oh.
only when now there is
A
only 4
record.
news, so basically.
This is a record. I know. I'm usually like face planting by now.
That's what
Good
happens
for
when
you.
talk Beetlejuice.
Stamina.
See what happens.
Yeah, I am probably winding down. We went on Saturday mornings, we do like a super early shopping run because like no people around, which is so nice.
See,
So
I
we
was
left.
talking to my wife about that because before we got together, I says I used to get my salary 2 o'clock in the morning, and I would jump my bike 2 o'clock in the morning, go to the supermarket
Oh, it's
because
lovely,
there was
isn't it?
nobody there, and I could walk around, get my stuff, and take my time without
Oh.
having big queues and stuff like that.
And
Sometimes
just like the aisles being packed with people, it just does our head in. But we were finished. We went to 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5 different shops. We were finished by 9:30 this morning.
gee, that's the way to do it.
And it was just like bang, 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 in the shop, out of the shop, next one, in the shop, out of the shop. I did have a wander through the Halloween aisle because why not? But other than that, I didn't lag. We were in and out pretty quick. And we were back home. Well, we were finished shopping at 9:30, and then we had to wait for a bus, which took ages, but never mind. So I am like, it's hitting me now. It's sort of catching up to me now because
I
I
basically
can
had
feel
one of
my
those- I had
I
one
can
of
feel
those
my eyes starting to water.
because I woke up at 3 o'clock this morning, and I went
Oh,
back to
wow.
bed at 7 o'clock and back up at 9. And then went out and did all the bits and pieces, and then I came back. The first thing I did was for a couple of hours and then go back up because I knew otherwise I would be sitting there going. And I decided not going to.
Oh God, I'm so glad tomorrow's Sunday.
An exhausted day, but at least tomorrow I've got a relaxing day. I've got nothing planned except watching TV and reading a
Nice.
comic or two.
Nice.
And
I have
meanwhile,
to do-
it's about 2:50 in the afternoon here in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Are you guys in Sunday yet? Are you guys into?
No, it's 10 to 11.
Okay.
10 to 11. Still got
No,
another
it's
10 minutes.
10:48 p.m. here. So
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It
Yeah.
gets bizarre when you guys are like Sunday morning and I'm still like early eat. Like PJ,
Yeah.
when you posted yesterday, it's like, oh, this is for tonight, and I'm like, wait. And I looked at my clock, and it's literally 8 o'clock in my neck of the woods when you
Yeah,
posted.
that was
So it was
because
like
I
this
was up
bizarre
really-
24-hour bizarreness going on.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
as I said, I was up very, very, very early this morning because Roman sent me the link this morning at 3 o'clock.
I wondered because I saw Roman say like, or somebody said, "What are you doing awake?"
Right.
Yeah, I saw it. I was like, what the hell?
I was up at 3 o'clock now. Basically, so Roman asked me to send the email, and I sent him it. So he sent me. So this morning about 3:30, 4 o'clock, I was sitting listening to the music he'd sent me. And then I replied back, and then so basically, what time? Yeah, it's 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning. That's what happens when you get up.
Oh, I'm just old now. I can't
You
do
go.
that. I can't burn the candle at both ends anymore.
10 to
Well,
5
you're a
over
rock
here.
star tonight.
I know. I've
What's the
made it.
plan- What's the plans for the week? What have you got planned for watching, doing? Any
Well,
particular movies out with things like Beetlejuice and Iron Sky, which we know they're
yeah.
focusing.
Nothing really planned. I just sort of have a bit of a potluck. Like if I have time, I'll like tomorrow, I'll like do a bit of housework and then take a movie break and then do another bit of housework. So it's kind of potluck. It's like I'll have a look on Prime and just see what horror movies look good or what's free at the moment, because it does rotate. I had my eye on a couple today that I bookmarked and I can't think of the name of them, but yeah, if it's a horror movie is like my relaxing meditation time.
That's so bizarre to me.
Horror movies make me happy.
But you're not alone. It's almost like the cinematic viewing population. You're actually in the majority.
Yeah. It's just I'm not a fan of like the sort of the really like gratuitous,
right, like Saw
like
and stuff like that.
No, yeah, I'm not. And fair play. They're really popular. I'm not really into that per se. I mean, I like the classics like Nightmare on Elm Street and Friday the 13th and all them. I mean, they're just fun because they're classics like Halloween. But there's some great new horror that's been done, in the last 10, 20 years up to the present. And I, if it's got a monster in it, I'm good. Or if it's found footage.
Have you seen the most recent Bruce Campbell one, Black Friday?
No, I haven't. I haven't seen that yet. That would depend on whether I could get hold of it on Prime.
I don't know if it's on Prime, but
it might eventually get on there.
See, I'm the same. I like the classic horrors. I do like. I've got the Wolfman lined up for this week, but I think after Roman highlighted that Frankenstein one, I might dig out my Frankenstein collection and watch that. But I had Laurel and Abbott and Costello, Meet the Wolfman, Meet Dracula, and had already them on my list for this week. And I think I'll actually fire up the Frankenstein ones as well and just bump something back.
Do you know?
Because I was going to watch the rest of Third Rock, so that's taking out the look.
Cool.
So got space there.
I just remembered one of the films I did find on Prime that I wanted to see again, and I haven't seen it in ages, is Dog Soldiers. That's a cool film.
Yeah.
That's really good.
See, that reminded me of, believe it or not, of a 2000 AD comic strip.
Really?
It was a 2000 AD comic strip. It was about a group of soldiers who found a bunker. And in the bunker, there was a skeleton with a journal. And it basically, and then it goes back to the beginning of the journal in the comic strip about how they got locked in there with vampires and they fighting the vampires, and then it explains to the point, the very last one was the last vampire to survive, and the skeleton, it goes to the skeleton, and the skeleton's actually coming to life. And that's how it ended, basically. And it was almost, that reminded me of it, because obviously Dog Soldiers, the werewolf one.
Yes, that's the werewolf one. That's really Sean Pertwee is in that, I think.
So it reminded me of that comic strip. But then there was a movie with the one that played in Rome. He played one of the two soldiers. He's also been in. He was in Accident Man. Did you see that? He played the guy behind the bar. I can never remember his name.
What's the name?
The TV show was Rome. He played. But he was also in the other movie Accident Man. It was about a group of assassins, and one of them caused accidents to the other one. Was a psycho. The other one liked poison. The other one did violent stuff. But it was just all about that. And the guy played Ray, who was behind the bar. I can never remember his name, but he was in one. It was set in Ukraine or somewhere, one of the Baltic states, and they came across a bunker, and it had zombies in it. And it was the same idea. It had been sealed, and they unsealed it and released it, and then they had to fight them. And it was that type of thing. So there's programs out there now that remind me of old 2000 AD strips. And movies like Dog Soldier reminded me of it as well.
A good film that I really enjoy is it's called the Dyatlov Pass Incident. I think it's also got an alternate title, The Devil's Pass or something like that.
It's basically,
it's so good.
It's Ray Winston I'm talking about. And the Devil Pass, that's the one about the group of hikers that basically vanished.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know the history behind that one. So not the movie, but the actual.
Put that in the private chat. That's a really fascinating movie. It's terrifying, but it actually has a really interesting, story to it. But I would say just be careful. Like if you want to see it without getting too spoiled, I wouldn't read too much about it. But
the problem is I know a lot about it.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't know anything about it, so I was just like, holy cow, when it got to the key bits. But that was quite enjoyable. I enjoyed that.
Yeah,
did either of you see a movie?
Now figured out what's caused it, so they have got a solution. What they think has caused it is theorized because nobody survived. They don't know, but they've got a good theory of what caused what happened to them. So,
did anybody ever see a film called The Keep?
I've heard of that one.
Have I seen World War II setting? They're basically have discovered a demon in a bunker underneath a castle, and they're about to. I don't know what it's based on. I barely remember.
A Robert McCammon novel, because I have a feeling.
I haven't seen that one.
I know of that film.
Because the Ray Winston
1983.
Yeah, and the monster, it kind of resembles the monster in Loki Dark World when they transform by stuffing the rock into their ribs, and they transform into that kind of a creature, like it's almost like a golem-like creature. That's what the creature in the keep is like. And I forget if it's like it's almost like a Hellboy kind of scenario.
Yeah. I remember hearing about this, and I may have seen it like a really long time ago, but it kind of reminds me.
Because there was one, the bunker, that was the one I was saying about the finding the German zombies, but there was also the one, the trench, and that was a group of First World War. They go through a mist and they end up in a trench, and they all die horribly. And it's meant to be all the innocents that died during the war. And it's basically punishing the people who caused it. And then at the end, when all the people are dead, you see another group, and it was all British soldiers coming through. And then you see the mist coming through the mist. It's a load of German soldiers, and you know it's going to happen to them as well. So there's been ones like that, like The Keep and stuff like that.
I noticed The Keep was filmed in Wales and at Shepperton Studios. That's cool.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just looking for that one that he was in. I'm sure it was just called The Bunker.
Take a quick look and see.
Yeah, I know. I
think it gets medieval too. Like there's some.
It was called Outpost. Outpost, the one with Ray Winston in it. War-torn Eastern Europe, a mysterious businessman hires a group of mercenaries on a routine mission to protect him, not knowing the long-hidden secret that lies there. So he knows about the bunker, goes to try and find it, and brings a load of mercenaries, and it's a Second World War bunker they find. And it's zombies. But it's the same idea, and it's the same. There's an evil line there, and it's what's caused it. There's one called The Trench, I think, and it's a similar idea. The Keep sounds along the similar idea. It's something evil's held up there, and it's what's caused it. I like these.
Interesting.
But see, I was saying the difference when I do like some gory movies, but I don't like gory movies like Saw or stuff like that. I like the top gory movies like The Evil Dead because they're
it's almost satire. It's
exactly.
Yeah.
It's over the
Yeah.
top.
I don't mind that either. Yeah.
I don't mind that type of gory. So if
or
there's
like
a lot
Thing,
of blood,
you know, that because
Yeah.
that really was just such a fantastic film.
Mhm.
If the story, you know, it's got to be a whole package. You know, I wouldn't watch a film like just specifically because it's gory, because that just is like, why? But if it's like the whole package, then it doesn't matter. You know, you because it goes with the story. You know, it's telling the story, so it does depend on the film.
Yeah.
I just recently saw some revisited Jacob's Ladder, which I think to me that's my horror that's my level of horror is spiritual horror or cosmic horror, intellectual
I remember
horror.
Jacob's Ladder. Yeah. God, I remember when that came out. 1990.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
Tim
seem
Roth?
to remember that one.
Is it the Tim Robbins?
Oh, Tim Robbins. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to actually watch a few horror movies, but I'm going to go with the old classic horrors, the old classic vampires, Dracula, Bela Lugosi, The Mummy, Boris Karloff.
Yeah.
I'm going to watch those. Those ones to me are just, they're creepy without being scary.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's because they knew what made something creepy. You didn't need to actually have over the top jump scares.
Mm-hmm.
So you didn't have a jump scare like you remember The Mummy, the bit where you see the mummy and then it goes into the screen. It's meant to be a jump scare. Whereas you look at the Boris Karloff mummy, there wasn't a jump scare. It was just a case of they showed the mummy and then suddenly the eyes opened and you went, oh fuck.
Yeah, well
it was basically a creepy, oh my god, dude.
Yeah.
That's what I like about those ones. I don't want ones that suddenly it's like the old joke. It's two people creeping down the stairs and somebody comes up behind them going, hello, and it's just deliberately to give them a jump. It takes it out of the moment. Whereas when they're creeping down the stairs and then you hear and they just keep down the stairs and
it's the relentless
a third shadow pass and you're going, oh, that's to me is the creepy. I would rather have that type of creepy rather than somebody just coming in with who. And I think that's why I like the older classic ones, because they knew how to do creepy without all the special make people jump just to scare them. Because that is a fake scare, because you can get a jump scare in anything. You could be watching a comedy and then suddenly somebody comes and goes, ah! And you jump. So those are nothing special in a horror movie. Whereas a creepy jump scare where they don't do anything outwardly and it's just something happens and you go, oh. That's the parts I like, because they don't overtly just try and make you jump. They do something that's creepy that you jump because it's creepy. And that's what I like. And that's why I like the old classic stuff.
The one that
it gets into your head like that. It's like once again, it's the camera too. Everything is prosthetically actual on screen, and the camera's not flinching away from the shot. It's locked down, quite literally. They didn't have a motioning. The camera wasn't all over the place either. So it's a totally different feel to all of that.
Yeah. And the Wolfman is so scary. It just they took the genres of scary and comedy and they still made it so you could have a laugh, but there'd be times when you'd be going, yeah, I mean, the Wolfman, Abbott and Costello with the Wolfman. When the Wolfman was in it, it wasn't funny. When Lauren Hardy and Abbott and Costello were in it, it was funny. But when they were in it with the Wolfman, yes, you were laughing at them being terrified. But when you saw the Wolfman, it played straight and it wasn't played over the top, silly comedy. And that's what I liked when they actually merged those two. You could still laugh at the people who are terrified because of the way they acted. But when you look at the monster that caused that fear, it wasn't played for over the top laughs. It was just played serious, and you could still feel creepy about it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
Yeah.
I was just laughing at Jacob. He says, "What you doing in his ladder, Stephen?"
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
I think the new Wolfman with Del Toro.
Oh, I haven't seen that.
I'm not even thinking about it, because what they want to do is make it gritty and real, and I don't want real, because believe it or not, I don't believe in werewolves, so I don't want real life. So why would I want something that was too real? I want
Is that
it
the
to
one?
be over the top scary.
So there's one, the Wolfman 2010. Is that the one, Benicio del Toro?
That's the one I thought they were talking about as well.
I have not seen that one, which I should really have seen that. Hugo Weaving is in it. Oh my god.
Poorly
Totally
executed, but
fangirling.
the trailers were promising. There you go.
Hugo Weaving. Okay.
The trailers were focused on one transformation scene, and when you saw the movie, it was like, wait a second, there's nothing else like this in the rest of the film, and it was a trap. It was a trap. They knew they had. I don't know. It was weird.
Bait and switch. How unusual.
Yeah, but then again, that's what the trailer at the time. The trailer did what it was meant to, get you interested enough to get you in.
Yep.
Even if that was the best part. Yeah. Whereas you look at trailers now, the trailers tell you the story before you go in, because the trailer tells you how it starts, middle, and end in that 30-second trailer. A lot of times you look at a trailer, but that's not new, but it's more overt now, because you look at the trailers for the movie picture for Planet of the Apes. I mean, there's a statue, so you knew because of that. So it wasn't a shock when he goes, damn you, Uncle Hell.
Yeah, true.
You knew that because the poster had it on it. But it was still well done. It wasn't a case of it was overt. It was just a poster that looked really good. And then when you saw the bit at the end, but it wasn't a shock because of you saw the poster. So, but it was still a nice surprise rather than a shock. And I think that's what they made the mistakes. Now, you look at a lot of trailers now, and you've seen the movie. You can go back to the trailer and say, well, effectively they told you the story in that 30-second trailer, because they try to take all the good bits out, and the only good bits are telling the parts of the story that they're effectively going to show you.
I think that it's still online, that if you go to see Planet of the Apes, the original Planet of the Apes show, that the posters on the website are him at the Statue of Liberty, or the Statue of Liberty is part of the artwork. Mm-hmm. And it's just like, really? I think this is the way you're going to take. Really, you just spoiled the film with the poster. What are you guys doing?
But that's what I'm saying. So the original poster, that's what was in it, and you don't think about it when you're getting in, because it's a Planet of the Apes, and yes, you see the Statue of Liberty, but you think about it, most people actually walk past that poster, never even gave it a second thought, because it was a good poster to grab you, to get you in. And then when the bit at the end, you go, they're on Earth. But they told you that before. But most people, it was a case of they didn't really tie the two of them together, because it just looked like a cool poster. It's like the Star Wars poster. He's standing with a saber and the things happening behind him, but he never stands like that, and her hanging on to him.
Honestly, it would be the equivalent of the poster showing the Death Star blowing up in the background. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying. You look at the Star Wars poster. You had Luke standing and Leia holding on to his leg as if she was scared, but it never happened in the movie at all, because she was a great character who wasn't a scaredy, the typical female lead as they would class. So the movie poster sort of, he was the hero and she was cowering behind him because he was protecting him, but it didn't come across like that in the movie. So the poster in the movie was sort of, it told you different things. And that's what I'm saying. So most people would have seen the thing and just thought it was a cool poster with the Statue of Liberty. And that's what the thing is. People wouldn't have gone in thinking right, we know the Statue of Liberty, so we know this is Earth. Let's sit and watch it now. They would have just watched it, and at the end, they would go, that's why that was on the poster.
Oh my goodness, though. That's so disappointing. That makes me disappointed in humanity.
Disappointed.
The American Werewolf in London, yeah, I remember that.
Oh, so good.
That's a fantastic film. But as far as and the transformation scene in that is obviously legendary. But the one, as I was saying, for me that I found the most frightening was in The Howling, which is, I mean, American Werewolf in London, I think overall is a better film. But The Howling, there's something about the transformation scenes and the special effects in that. They're so scary. It's dark. It's very claustrophobic, especially the one scene where he goes through his full transformation. It really, really gets under my skin, that one, and I love it.
Was The Howling the one, I can't remember, that they did the transformation, but when they went to the full body transformation, they pulled out and it was in shadow. So it was almost like an animated transformation. So they showed the transformation of his face, but when they pulled out, it was almost like it was in shadow. So it was like an animated. You could see the transformation into the wolf, and then the wolf stood up and howled. If that's the one I'm thinking of.
The Howling was the one about the first one was the one about the news reporter, the female news reporter.
Yeah.
Yes.
Who was the actor in that?
Dee Wallace.
Dee Wallace.
Okay.
Yeah, Dee Wallace Stone, or whichever, with or without the stone.
I would need to check it out. I'll need to check it out this week.
From Gremlin, I think she in Gremlins. She was in Critters. Was she in Gremlins
She's
as well?
been loads. Yeah.
See Critters as well. And Critters 2, 3, 4, I didn't have the interest, but see the original one. I like that. The original one. And I think it's because, yes, they wanted to have a horror version of Gremlins, and they had Critters. And I thought it was quite good. You remember the one, what was the one with the alien? It had almost like a crawl boomerang thing.
Yeah.
Somebody's back, it chewed through. Basically, it wasn't like a blade, it stuck onto their back, and then it was basically a mouth, and it just chewed through them. So when something hit them back, and then you just see it just chewing through them. I can't even remember, that wasn't the Critters. I can't remember what that one was.
I love it when Wen turns into like a cyber hacker, like the soundtrack from a cyber hacker movie.
Yeah, my cheapo keyboard here. Got one of these light up keyboards.
So have I.
But it sounds like one of those old IBM clunky ones.
Yep.
The light up keyboard.
It's a cheapest chipped one, so it's really noisy.
Tenor from being Home Bargains.
Oh, he's gone.
He jinxed himself.
He touched the exit button, didn't he? I bet he's got a close.
He touched his mouse. That mouse is a total terror.
It's an absolute nightmare. I lifted it up to show it, and that's what happened. As I said, when it clicks, and for some reason it clicked me out. Why did I move my mouse? As I said, this cheap keyboard mouse actually have got a mind of their own.
There's got to be a way to count how many times you've done that to yourself, PJ.
Today, twice. I was on just before we started, and I'd minimised the screen to get access, so I could. We were talking about the music, so I minimised the screen because it's behind my screen. And then when I went to maximise it, my mouse jumped just as I clicked, and it closed my whole internet. So I had to come log back in again. But yeah, my mouse is not the greatest, so I need to actually get a decent keyboard mouse. And I think I might do that when I'm redoing all my stuff, because it needs an update, I think. It looks cool with all the flashing lights, but it's not as practical as I would like it to be, because it does go and out.
Yeah.
And yes, my wife wonders why I swear a lot, when I'm meant to be online. It's because at this moment in time, I'm trying to get back online.
And by the way, Wen, I'm just teasing you about your keyboard, by the way. It's actually kind of a nice little thunking. It feels very oaken kind of thunking.
It is. It's like, I don't mind. I love the clickiness. I used to love the old IBM keyboards. They were so deliciously clicky. And I was like drooling over some of the, I forget what they're called, like the keyboards that have, oh God, I can't think of the name of them now. But you can get the ones now that have that wonderful sort of tactile clickiness to them.
Mm-hmm.
I so want to get one of those, like a really good one.
See, I remember years and years and years ago, my ex used to do touch typing, and she wanted a typewriter because before we had computers, she wanted a typewriter, but she had an electronic one, and she hated it because she learned to touch type.
Yeah.
So anytime she got an electronic one, she would do that and it would go. Brr, brr, brr.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a lot harder than on your keyboard.
And having to find a manual typewriter. So I did.
Yeah, me too, Jacob. Yeah, I love those. They're almost like a steampunky type look. The keyboards now they make to look like the old time typewriters. Those are so cool.
I've seen some of those.
Warehouse 13, their computer had one of the old typewriters that was all the arms with the thing.
I like to type on a keyboard on one of these big keyboards. I like to type on a keyboard that had 31 keys. It's a typewriter keyboard. It's QWERTY layout, but you had 26 letter keys, carriage return line feed, letter shift, figure shift, and spacebar. So it typed in all capitals, and everything else, punctuation, numbers, etc., were lowercase. Well, letter shift doing that one, and letter shift, figure shift would do letters and punctuation and the like. So I can touch type, but for starters, I actually had my fingers set slightly wrong on a 102 keyboard because I had my fingers on the F and the H, not the G, not the F and the J.
Oh God!
Was this when you were working at Gutenberg, Colin? You were working at the Gutenberg press in the typesetting room.
This is when I was a signal in the TA.
It's the same as my first computer was, believe it or not, was an Olivetti.
Yes.
Olivetti was, if you remember, a typewriter company.
Yeah.
And the first computer I got was an Olivetti. 2 megabytes of RAM, 20 megabytes hard drive. 20 megabytes, I'll never fill that. I did.
God, you remember I know we were laughing about that the other day. You used to be like, you'd be like in awe of, remember, I forget how much they held in the old floppies,
1.44 megabytes.
Honest to God, you'd be like, oh my God. And I can remember one of my first jobs was working in a computer store, one of the the old fashioned shop front computer stores where they were selling like K-Pro. I don't know if anybody remembers that one. And it was like the birth of the internet, literally, not the birth of the internet, but the birth of the commercialized internet, where people started actually having it in their homes.
Yeah.
We had the dial-up and all that. And I could just remember like all that. And
pre-DSL.
Yeah. And I just remember learning BASIC.
Everybody got an AOL account.
Had the little Sinclair
thing, everybody's machine, remember that?
Yes, I do. You've got mail. Yeah.
Yep. Even did a cute little movie.
Yeah, they had
I know.
I've got a friend who's still got an AOL account.
Well, I didn't even know AOL was still like going.
Basically, whoever took them over, people went across and they could retain their AOL.com account.
I know.
So she's still got her AOL account. So
That's
she has.
Fantastic.
Which I was surprised that it was still going. And she says, oh no, when they moved, I got an email saying I could update it or just retain it. She just retained it because everybody knew that was her account.
She's not the only one.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. It's the same as me, right? My personal account, it's got my surname, and it's and my brother went to get it, and he thought our surname should be no problem. Tried it, and he couldn't get it. So he tried his initial, couldn't get it. So he had to put a number in it. He says, "How did you manage it?" I says, "Because I've had that same email account for 16 years." So basically, when they first went and I signed up for it. So I've just got my surname at the account. And I thought, yeah, and I ain't getting rid of it because it's easy. Because I don't need to have my name dot 642352 at whatever. Because no matter what name you've got, you're lucky if I could get my name without a number after it. Because there's people out there with the same name all over the world. So I've still got my email account, and I think I've had my email account. So that was about 6-7 years ago. I was talking to him about it. So I've had it for over 22 years. The one email account, my personal one, and I still use it daily. But because it's if I changed it, then suddenly if I wanted a Gmail account, I would have to put my name with numbers after it. I ain't doing that because I forget the numbers.
I got in early at Google, so I was able to make my account name the same as a business I used to have back in New York. So I was able to retain a copyrighted and trademarked name that I have a legacy to on YouTube, and I did the same with Twitter too. So, but when you get in early enough, I can understand, man. Don't change it. Keep your legacy account.
I made the mistake. I was on Twitter and I was PJ Maybe Twitter. And then I decided taking a break. So I came off Twitter for a year. And then when I went back on, my account had been wiped. So I tried to log in saying that I think they send it, and it would not reactivate it. Now I'm PJ Maybe too.
Such a shame.
But it was one of those
Woody
things.
had gone straight to the police, none of this ever would have happened.
Exactly. I would have had it too if it wasn't for you damn kids. But that's from Scooby-Doo, not Velma.
Correct.
Correct. Good grief.
Don't even go there, man. I will fight you for Scooby-Doo, classic Scooby-Doo. It's just like the bomb.
That's the thing. Yeah. I hated Scrappy-Doo, but
that was hot garbage. I hated that.
Scrappy-Doo, I never understood it. The good thing is, when they did the movies, they made Scrappy the villain. And it worked because everybody hated Scrappy, so making him the villain was okay.
I know, and that didn't sit right with me either. And I was just like, "Oh, this is crap." But
I used to love guilty pleasure, Josie and the Pussycats.
Josie and the Pussycats.
Because it was a sci-fi, right? They were stuck in outer space.
That's right. That's right. I used to love that.
And the girls were all so cute. It was like Three's Company plus one.
Yeah,
I know. Remember that little critter they had as well? I can't think of his name.
Was it
like a little pet alien thing or something? Yeah. Yeah, that was such a great show.
Were they actually a real music group as well or not? Because when Josie and the Pussycats a band, weren't they?
I don't remember.
Someone else I'm thinking of.
I can't remember either, but to be honest, it wouldn't surprise me at this stage.
Because all I'll say to you is monkeys. Hey, we're the monkeys.
Right.
Keep on monkeying around.
Oh, yeah. Well, I used to watch them as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like a musical version of James Bond half the time.
Yeah. It was insane. It was nuts.
Do you know, I worked for Motorola years back, right? And Motorola had a system that they couldn't update because it would cost them $500,000 to update. So they had one disc that used to run what they used to call their fabs, and the disc was a 12-inch floppy disk.
I remember those.
Right, and they had 6 of them, and by the time I left, they had 1 left, and they're saying it looks like the fabs are going to be closing soon. Because it would have cost them $500,000 to get it updated, and they decided they couldn't actually afford that. Motorola couldn't afford it, at the time to update one system. One system, a $500,000 it would have cost them. So they were using 12-inch floppy disks. They had them in a safe, a biometric safe, and basically it was thingy just for these 2 or 3 disks they had them down to the last one at the time. As soon as it got a corruption, it had to be binned because they couldn't actually repair it because there was no way of fixing it.
Why does that seem like somebody forgot a step there or something? Couldn't they just port it? What was up with once the disk was available in the system? Did you even need the disk anymore? Couldn't you just stream it to anything else?
The way it sounded is because it ran from the disk. So to port the stuff and actually incorporate a new way of the operating system working, because it was an old system, they would have had to literally update the whole thing because they couldn't have just put a hard drive in with the operating system on it. They would have had to actually, because of that. It just seemed weird that a big company like Motorola was running on an old system that if as soon as it went, that was it gone because it was costing too much to replace.
Yeah, I knew a guy that got a job that he ran for like 8 or 9 years because it was a loan company, and they had all of the old college loans on this particular computer format with this operating system that was invented in like the late 60s. And he was one of the only guys that could create an emulator and a virtual machine to device that old operating system to be uploaded onto new hardware. Yeah. And it was like a whole big thing. Like he had a breakthrough and wrote software on the fly continuously to keep all the data flowing.
Yeah. It's the same as the company I used to work for. Fair enough, it was 15 years ago I used to work for them. Once they went from Windows 90, I think it was Windows 95 or XP. Once they went from XP, they had to take all the old hard drives out of the machines and put them aside because they had a piece of software that used to run all the door opening systems and all the high flats running on XP, and it could not be updated because of cost. So they had to take old machines and old hard drives. So if any of the hard drives went, they just took one out and put a new one in just to continue the machine running. And it was because it was going to cost them too much to upgrade the software to newer machines. And new Microsoft would be constantly upgrading. So they didn't want to actually do something, upgrade, and then a few years later upgrade, and then a few years later. So they just basically took any old machine that anybody was getting rid of, and the hard drive, the XP had it on it, and that's what they would do. They would just put an image on it, and that was it. Just sit
and
there.
My super spy brain is also thinking about the possibility that they've now isolated a whole system that they've given themselves the excuse to not allow on the network, right?
Yep.
Like
That's exactly
so now they have a secondary wall of physical computers to hold data secret if they wanted to.
See, the thing is, they basically the machines used to be in every site had a machine, and so if anything went wrong with it, somebody had to physically go out and fix it. There was no network. The good thing is there was no network, so there was nobody that could hack it. It was just a piece of software running on a machine that opened the door and dealt with all that. They just had to update the information on it. But same again, if somebody managed to get access to it, how easy would it be to get access to it and to simple hack it? Because it was XP. Everybody knew ways around the login screen.
Yeah.
And that was the thing. So it had to be locked away securely. So it's not like just locking it down, no problem. It had to be locked physically away so nobody could get access to it. It was crazy. Obviously, when they refurbished everything got new. Companies come in and just put it in because it was cheaper getting a company to put in and monitor it rather than them actually doing it themselves. But it gives the people who control the system their job. And that's the thing as well. So people who do control these, they don't, it's too expensive to upgrade. Which means if it's upgraded and anybody can go in and go, doot, 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 sorted, then your job's gone. So, yeah, it's too expensive for you to upgrade it.
Yeah.
East Kilbride, that's where I used to work. Motorola in East Kilbride.
That's cool.
I used to work there. So I moved from Ibrox to East Kilbride for the job. And then I was there for about 2 years. And then I got a job in near Ibrox. It was a pain in the backside. So, but yeah, it was East Kilbride Motorola I used to work in.
Yeah.
Where I used to
Awesome.
stay.
Guys, I'm going to have to say goodnight. It's gone about a 11:30.
Yeah, we're going to finish up in about half an hour anyway. But yes, thank you, Wayne, for sticking with it for so long.
Thanks.
Yeah. See, the
Thanks.
good thing is us guys don't need our beauty sleep. We're actually well past it.
Yep. Well, this has been fun, guys, as always.
Yep.
Have a great night.
Yeah. Yep. Have a great rest of your day.
Yeah, and I'll catch you Wednesday.
Yeah, Beetlejuice. Yay. I'll be there for that one.
Definitely. Right.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Night.
Ta-ra.
Right. Well, you know what? You might not need your beauty sleep, but someone's got to get up tomorrow.
I don't need to get up tomorrow. As I said last week, I had my grandson down this weekend. Nothing. I'm going to read it. I'm going to lie in my bed and read it for it.
I've got a busy day tomorrow. I've got practice, and then I'm doing something tomorrow evening. Can't remember what it is. But I'm doing something tomorrow evening.
I'll be there. I'll be there for that. But that's tomorrow evening. That's not in the morning when I can lie till 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll lie in my bed until 12 o'clock. Feet up. Yay! Don't often get that, but I do enjoy a long lie occasionally. My wee old bones when I were a lad. Somebody asked me how I managed to sleep, because we're talking about coffee and work. And I've got a coffee machine in work. So I drink a lot of coffee. Plus I drink a lot of tea. Plus I drink a lot of Iron Brew. And Iron Brew's got a lot of caffeine. A can of Iron Brew's got more caffeine than a can of Coca-Cola. A can of Iron Brew's got the same caffeine equivalent of 7 espresso coffees. And I drink 2 of these a day on equivalent. So if a can of Iron Brew has got 7 cups of coffee, one of these is effectively 21 cups of coffee. And I drink 2. And plus I drink coffee. A lot of coffee. I've got 2 coffee machines in the house. I've got a coffee machine in work. So I drink a lot of coffee and a lot of Iron Brew. So I drink a lot of caffeine. And she says, "How do you sleep?" I says, "Well, at one point I never used to. I would go to my bed at 1, 2 in the morning, wake up at 6. Then once a month I would come in from work, fall asleep, and wake up for work the next morning. I would do that. Now, if I'd stopped drinking coffee or Iron Brew, I can't sleep. Obviously, my body's wired, so I sleep normal. It's normal. So when I stop taking caffeine in, I can't sleep because I just feel out of it. It's weird. So I need that amount of caffeine just to get.
Your body gets used to it.
Well, that's the thing. So before I go to my bed at night, I have a coffee. People say,
I've done that.
I do that. I do that all the time now. I do enjoy a coffee, my Iron Brew, caffeine. So yeah, I'll keep taking caffeine in. Thank you very much. Yay! But I can't sleep if I don't take caffeine in. My body's obviously so used to it, it's beyond it. Do you know what Iron Brew and whiskey's called? It's called a gold watch. I used to dislike whiskey. And my brother-in-law says, "See, try that." And I went, "That's whiskey. How can I?" Because I even the smell of whiskey used to actually make me go, "Oh!" And I tried it, and I said, "That's nice. What is it?" And he says, "That's whiskey and Iron Brew. Depends on the whiskey. You have to have a smooth whiskey. Some grainy whiskies don't work with it." And a gold watch, and it is really nice. Even I enjoy a gold watch. And that's Kelly is away again as well. Ta-da.
Yeah, and if I have a whiskey sour, if I have a drink, a mixed drink, it'd be a whiskey. It'd be a whiskey sour, and I've discovered that the cheaper the alcohol, the better the drink tastes. It's got more of an espresso kind of bite to it that way.
I'm the opposite. I like my bourbon sour mash whiskies. I prefer them. But if I'm drinking a Gold Watch, it's the only way I can drink a whiskey. But it has to be a smooth whiskey. So things like Grant's Witchy or Teachers, I find are too grainy. So they don't. It just doesn't work. You can taste the graininess of it. Whereas I know Bell's is a cheap whiskey, but it's a smoother whiskey. It doesn't taste. It doesn't have that grainy taste to it, and that works with it. It's weird.
Yeah, I could dig that.
When I get a malt whiskey, which the last time I was at a Christmas do, I won 3 bottles of malt whiskey, and I gave them all away because even I wouldn't actually ruin a good whiskey with iron brew.
Well, what I discovered with the whiskey sour was that the smoother the whiskey, the more overwhelming the sweetness of the sour was. So a grainier one would make it more like a drink.
I was just letting Melvin can't sleep. His mixer of Red Bull and sleep apnea. At least you've got all that time in your hands to actually do stuff like watch good movies. But no, see that's weird, isn't it? That sometimes an expensive whiskey makes it taste worse. It's weird how certain whiskies, you think about it, because whiskey's whiskey.
No, that's not true, because they're all made in different regions by different methodology.
Exactly. They're brewed with different ways. They've got slightly different recipes to them. It's the same as like a bourbon's a bourbon. No.
Yeah, no.
They're all different. It's the same as like coffee. And an example, right?
The only good bourbons have got chocolate inside them.
Custard creams or a coconut cream.
No, I'm allergic. Can't stand. I'm allergic to coconut, and custard creams are quite bland for me.
See, custard creams I like, but the dogs like them as well, so I could just.
Ideally, Fox's ginger creams. They are the bomb.
Ginger creams are okay, but it's weird. I don't like Oreos because of the darker. It's like a chocolate biscuit. I'm not a big bourbon chocolate biscuit person. I will eat the occasional chocolate biscuit, like a wafer with chocolate, a caramel wafer, a tea cake, stuff like that. But if I had a choice, I would go for plain biscuits each time. But it just goes to show we're actually talking about something now. Suddenly we're on biscuits. But coffees. I used to dislike coffee. I was a tea drinker, and even my tea drinker, it would be Tetley, or it would be this. There would be certain coffees, teas I wouldn't like. And then, any time I got coffees, it was usually instant coffees, and I just could not get into them.
And then
we went to the States, and I got a proper ground coffee, and wow. So anytime I'm in the States, anytime I'm on a cruise, coffee's my drink of choice. If I had a choice of beer or a coffee, I'll take a coffee. When I got home, I got a pod machine. I enjoy certain coffees on it, but most of them, the coffees are just mediocre. There's one or two that are good. However, I got a coffee maker and I got a grinder, so I grind my own the beans, and I can choose the beans that I want to make, and it makes a great cup of coffee. Yes. And that's the difference. It is the beans that make the coffee. So people saying coffee's coffee is the same as, let's say, whiskey's whiskey.
Yeah, no, that's ridiculous. I was thinking along the lines that, if you really want to nutshell it, it's, now tell me that pizza is pizza is pizza is pizza. Like, you got to be freaking kidding me, man. It's like, there's no comparison. Chicago and New York will have a street fight over the subject.
Yeah, if you've got a pizza and one's got pineapples and ham, and the other one has got tuna, I think I'll have that pizza rather than that one. If I had a choice of my pizza, I would go a tomato base, nice thick, with kebab meat on it with plenty of cheese. Yum.
I'd like to see a white pizza in the form of a gyro with lamb's meat and Greek cheese or Turkish cheese.
Aye, the Greek cheese could be nice. That's a nice.
You know, with olives and maybe some spinach.
Yeah, I'm no into olives. I don't like olives.
I dug white pizza when it first started happening, and that was like what, early '90s that started happening.
Yeah. Gypsy creams. There you go.
What were you about to say, Colin? I totally stepped.
I was going to say I'm poor. The cheapest burnt coffee I can find.
See, the thing is, it's one of those things that there's certain things we all have a penchant for.
Yeah,
It's
absolutely.
same as like spaghetti. I do not like a tomato-based spaghetti, except my family recipe. So the one that my granny used to make is, then my mum used to make is, then my uncle used to make is, then my sister used to make is. Gone. Because my sister I obviously don't stay with my sister, and my mum and that are not around anymore. However, if I'm going to if somebody else offers me spaghetti, then it's okay, I'll just have something else.
Mm-hmm.
I can't go into an Italian restaurant, it doesn't matter, and have a tomato-based spaghetti because it just doesn't taste the same. Yeah. People say it's really delicious, you should try it. Makes no difference. It's not that one, so I can't take a tomato-based one. I can take like a carbonara, no issues, because carbonara, different flavors, different tastes. Some of them are nice, some of them are not. But I don't have any particular affection for a carbonara.
Yeah, well, how about lasagna is lasagna is lasagna? No.
See,
not all lasagna is equal.
I used to dislike lasagna. Everybody used to say my aunt used to make a great lasagna, and I just did not like it. And it wasn't a case of I didn't like the idea of it. I had tasted it when I was younger, and I did not like it.
Right.
Absolutely. Ugh, the idea of
lasagna.
And then I went we were out visiting my wife's cousin, and she says, we've made lasagna, and I says, I don't like lasagna. Shut up, Nita. But I says I'm quite happy to try it because it's been years, and I had some lasagna, and I says that was honestly, I can say, the best lasagna I've ever had. And they were all going, and my wife was saying, you should just eat it, be polite. I says, but if I just ate it and the next time we come over, they might make the lasagna again. Whereas if they know I don't like it. The next time they came over to ours, we made it, my wife's family all came over. So my wife did a lot of cooking, and there was lasagna, and I've got a big plate of lasagna. And she says, I thought you didn't like it. I says, I didn't until I tasted yours. Now I enjoy lasagna because of the one I had at hers. And to me, that shows that I really enjoyed it because it's not a case of I just ate it that once and that was it.
Mm-hmm.
I now enjoy it because hers showed that not all lasagnas are the same.
Yeah.
And
my tastes it vastly different. And it's not all with the same ingredients, right? As a scientific bias, they're all meat with a little bit of meat, a hell of a lot of cheese with the strips about the same size, right? But it's how you bake it, how many layers you put, how much care you put into putting them, totally transforms the whole thing. Have you ever tried calzones?
Yes, I'm not a big fan of calzones.
Yeah,
they do a lot of calzones here, and even the ones like as I said, the Donna meat and stuff like that. I love Donna meat. I love all that, but no.
It's a pizza folded in half. It really is.
No, flat it out. Basically, I don't know what it is. When we were in Moscow, it was very similar. It was like a burrito. My daughter had taken us to this place, and she says, "Try it. It's really nice." So it's like a burrito. It's all wrapped up, and then you bite into it. Oh my God, it is the nicest thing I'd ever tasted. And I'm sitting there, see if calzones tasted like this, I would eat them wrapped up every single time. But it's just one of those things. It's obviously, it wasn't a calzone, it was just there, the way they cooked it, and it was wrapped in a pastry, similar idea. But I've tried calzone, and I just don't know. They just do not do it for me.
Yeah, I've tried a bunch of different calzones, and it's rarely ever done correctly. I'm sure that maybe my parents did it differently, but when they're a big, thick cheese pie filled with friggin' ragout and some mozzarella with like the tiniest bit of a trace of some sauce in there, and it's a totally different thing. It's a cheese pie. It's a big cheese burrito. It's a big cheese taco. It's hearty. You can't eat it all the time, but it's very hearty. You know, you have one Friday night before you go out with the boys, and you're good to go for the whole night.
We used to Jacob and Melvin. Pineapple and pizza's the bomb. Not the devil's food. Not the devil's food. I love pineapple.
I don't understand this crazy
Hawaiian
pineapple
pizza.
On anything is good. Eh?
Hawaiian pizza. Ham.
I love pineapple, and pineapple on anything is just delicious.
Mm-hmm.
A ham cooked in pineapple juice is delicious.
Where do you stand on this, Colin? What's your pineapple pizza divide?
Yes, definitely Hawaiian every time.
Okay. Interesting.
Pineapple on.
It still blows my mind that this is still a hysterical conversation to have on any panel anywhere on the world.
Punishment for people who like She-Hulk.
Absolutely fantastic. You couldn't get guys to argue about this, but the best friends, guys that have been streaming for years, go to toast. No, would you pineapple? Are you out of your mind?
Yeah, if you watch Friday Night Takes,
yeah,
basically they're constantly
absolutely epic. Anytime you drop that bomb in the chat, the guys go for it every time. It's crazy.
I think it's the same as like my daughter's friend. Anytime we got a Domino's, he would get a tuna pizza, and I'm going, "Freaking tuna pizza! How disgusting!" He says, "Try it." No, tuna on pizza, no. And I did. And the next time I says, "Going to use a bit of your tuna pizza."
Well, you know,
the whole idea of tuna on pizza still disgusts me, but
you have any cheese-related sandwich, right? Anything that's a melt, right? You could do it Philly style. You could do it with European meats, with cold cuts and stuff like that. Anything that's on a big piece of bread with a lot of cheese and it's heated up with onions, right? Any one of those kinds of sandwiches, that's a pizza. It's just the Italians use different kinds of bread. Get over yourselves. Anything can be in a sandwich. Anything can go on a pizza. Yeah. It's bread, for Christ's sake.
That because there's a place in Glasgow, when you get a pizza, don't matter what pizza you get, fried egg on top.
The Brazilians do that with breakfast and a steak, man. I friggin' love that. It's friggin' awesome.
I do. I must admit, the idea of a fried egg on a pizza. I'll have two, please.
Yeah, I'll take one.
I don't know. I get steak and chips, frozen meals, and if I've got them, I'll have an egg on top of that.
Mm-hmm.
One of these days, I'm going to work out how the hell to cook a frozen meal without the bloody chips sticking together.
I know. See, we were saying about ham and pineapple and stuff like that, right? One of my friends said because we get the side of ham and we put it in a slow cooker, and I like pineapple over it and just cooked in pineapple. And then once it comes out and sliced up, pineapple rings on top. Pineapple and anything's delicious. But one of my friends says, have you tried it in Coca-Cola? And I thought, what? He says, try it in Coca-Cola. Slow cooker, normal Coke, not diet. It has to be normal Coke, so it has to be sugar. Top it up and just do your slow cooker for 8 to 10 hours, whatever, and then drain it and just leave it. And what it does is it glazes it.
All right.
And it's absolutely amazing. See, after I get told that, I'll try that again. Yum, yum, yum. And it's basically, it glazes it. It's because of the sugar in the Coca-Cola. It doesn't work as well with Pepsi. For some reason, I don't know why. I've tried it with Pepsi. It doesn't work the same. And it's obviously just the chemicals as well. But it's obviously the sugar within it. Weird. But, I'm hungry. We went out for an all-you-can-eat buffet today. Absolutely delicious. 4 or 5 trips up. Then that was the starters. Then 4 or 5. It's usually the only time I go 4 or 5 trips up to the same counter is to put the dessert counter. I start at one end of the restaurant and go, right, have that, and I'll go back and fall back, get to the pudding counter, and I'll keep going back to it. Can't help myself.
My favorite thing in the whole world is scrambled eggs. It's got to be the best medium.
See, I'm not a big fan of scrambled eggs. If I'm having eggs, I fried eggs. I don't mind boiled eggs. An eggy cup. You remember, Colin? Do you know what? You remember what an eggy cup is?
What, you cut the top off?
No, an eggy cup is soft-boiled egg with butter mixed up in a cup. So 2 or 3 soft-boiled eggs chopped up in a cup.
Oh, I call it egg salad with salad cream.
Oh no, it's just a wee bit of butter. It's
no, I do it hard boiled the egg and mash it up and salad cream. I like that.
It has to be a soft boiled. It's not completely runny, but it's soft boiled, so it has got that bit, but diced up with a bit of margarine, a bit of butter in it. Oh, eggy.
My mom would make scrambled eggs for breakfast every day of the week, and on holidays I just put like one of her little specialties. During the holidays it was with ricotta cheese and whatever sausage or bacon and mixed into it.
That sounds delicious as well. I'm not a big fan of scrambled. I do. It's not that I don't eat it or I don't like it. It's just if I had a choice, if somebody says, right, how do you want your eggs? I'm going to say fried first, soft boiled second, and then if scrambled comes up, I'm okay with scrambled, but it's not as if I don't like it. But I prefer fried, and I like a bit.
Something I discovered out here that I had never had before was pasta being added as a lunch or a dinner, as an entree. That it was scrambled eggs with various meats or totally vegan, and there was a very large pasta incorporated into it in a bowl. And I had never seen that before. I'd never seen anything like that in New York, where scrambled eggs were included as a hot meal. And I love it. I love it out here. There's like 2 different restaurants that do it.
Yeah, it's the same as growing up. We always had the same spaghetti, right? So the spaghetti with the conserved, boiled overnight, or cooked overnight, and then added to the spaghetti, and then potatoes with the conserve over the top of it, and then with garlic bread. So all carbs. I grew up pile of spaghetti, pile of potatoes next to it, and garlic bread. And
spaghetti and potatoes.
Yes, with the spaghetti sauce over the top of it. Oh, absolutely delicious. But I grew up with that, whereas people say spaghetti with potatoes. Really?
Yeah.
I've had that.
Yeah, and that's what I grew up with. Basically, a big plate of spaghetti and a big bowl of potatoes that you could just scoop in as much as you want, and then with garlic bread on the side. The amount of carbs on that.
Yeah, my mom used to do a big stew. She would take all the leftovers in the house and stew them into this gigantic epic stew and it would go over pasta. It would go over whatever pasta she had, and that was that too. It's like, so there was all different kinds of vegetables and different kinds of meats all mixed together. It was great. It was delicious. Stews are awesome.
I find pasta very weird because
Melvin, I used to, right? I would have the frying pan. I would do the sausages, then the bacon, then the fried eggs. Then once they're all finished, I would take the beans which were heating up and put them in and fry them up with all the bits and pieces through it. So yeah, fried beans and the bacon fat left over, fry it up. Yeah, I used to do that all the time.
And until non-stick frying pans and that came along, a lot of the time you'd find the frying pan would just never be cleaned. You fried it, and whatever was left in it, that would be what will go into the next fry.
Yeah. So you would have the skin of fat on it.
And that's what you used to fry up, and whatever was left.
No, that's what I used to do after when I was making a fry years ago. I can't cook the same way, but my wife makes a great fry up. But I used to do that. So anything I was frying up, and then the last thing before I was serving it, I would take the beans which were heating up, pour them in, fry them up with everything it had been in, and then went up.
Let's try that.
Yep. I'm definitely hungry. But there you go. But, it's food, and more food. So yeah, I must admit.
Good for you, Jacob.
Definitely. Fresh eggs.
I'm noticing a lot more people doing that. We really are seeing a reemergence in the contemporary age of some home farming, like legitimate home farming.
I mean, I very, 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 very vaguely remember that my maternal grandmother, so Lord knows how long ago she passed away. Obviously, I mean, my parents were born before the war, so Lord knows how long. But I remember she had a long garden at the bottom of her garden. She had a chicken coop and chickens.
Mm-hmm.
Whether she presumably she had the eggs, I don't know, chickens, I don't know, but
yeah, my dad's my dad's mum. I remember their first house when I was really young. They used to have chickens, but when they moved into the scheme, the chickens didn't come with them.
Mm. Well, when I was in elementary school, my parents lived in a part of Long Island in New York that was almost entirely supplied by local farmers a car drive distance away. So we would go to this place called Dairy Barn, and we had local milk and local eggs that were delivered every single morning to the place where we lived. So that was, we were one step away. It was the 7-Eleven of the local farm.
Well, when I was younger, my aunt used to stay in the high flats, and right where she stayed, we used to go and play in the farms, and along the wheat and stuff like that. We would play there. See, now those flats are still there. However, if you want to drive to the outskirts of Glasgow, it's at least 40-minute drive. That's how much, because all the small villages and towns have just been absorbed in as Glasgow grew, and all those farms are just not there anymore. It's just looking back. I remember used to play there. What's there now? It's a load of houses. Yeah. And then there's houses behind that. And then basically you go to places, it's a wee area. It's just a part of Glasgow, but it used to be a wee village. It's the way the cookie crumbles. Everything's going to be one big city. It's going to be a mega city soon. There's going to be mega cities because there's going to be no... And that's the way they're aiming. They're aiming for that because they basically want to have mega cities where everybody's in the cities and nobody's in the out with the unless they're actually supplying food for anybody. But that has to be done controlled by the government.
Yeah, of course.
If you don't do what you're told, then the food doesn't get in.
Don't make me laugh. Not controlled by the government, controlled by some corporation.
The
government doesn't exist anywhere.
The government is controlled by these people.
Yeah.
All right. So
it's getting vague as to what's actually controlling anything anymore.
Well, I was looking at there was that thing. They were talking about. There was a picture of the American main politicians, and every one of them are sponsored by some Chinese government.
Yeah,
or Pfizer.
But if you look at the UK, they're all the same as well. They're all basically sponsored by European companies.
The EU or the WEF or both.
Yeah, exactly. So they're all basically the same, and that's the problem. The Queen was very neutral. Her politics never shone through, no matter what she thought. Yet King Charles, he's already spoken at the World Economic Forum, and he's basically, before he became the king, he's effectively says that's the way it should be, and he's says you shouldn't actually listen to me because I wasn't the king and that my politics are but you've already said it in the past, so it's already.
One can hope that he has the upbringing and the strength of character to sad to say, okay, fine, now I am king. My responsibility is to pull back. One can hope he has.
The problem is, I don't think he will, because he's made it well known, even when his mother would tell him, you can't because you are the next in line. So
and he's had it for 70 years as well, so, you know.
Yeah. But, yeah, it's just one of those things. Old coal mines bring...
Yeah, you know, I lived in Georgia for a year in northern part of Atlanta called Marietta County. And when I was living there was this intersection that was, for as far as you could see all the way to the tree line, like absolutely nothing. There were 4 farms, one on each corner, and they controlled the whole plot of that corner, right? All the way to the tree line. I came back there about 10 years later, and my brother was like, "This is the same street corner," and I'm like, "No way! You're totally fooling me." It was completely covered with like a Walmart. There was a 7-Eleven with a Blockbuster Video and a supermarket on the other corner. It was completely commercialized.
Yeah,
you couldn't even see the tree line anymore. That was almost gone. I think there was a subdivision back there that they had just built. So it was like overnight. It was bizarre. It was like somebody dropped me in a time machine.
Yeah, it's the same as we are over here. People actually, the insurance companies are saying, well, to insure your house, it's X amount because you're on a floodplain. So you're telling me companies know you're on a floodplain and build houses there, and then you can't get insurance because it's on a floodplain.
Yeah, well, yeah.
So
the politics of real estate and construction are
exactly. Companies are building things, and then you hear about the floods, and you look at the Lake District. Basically, their houses were getting washed away, and people are going, "Oh, this is really shocking." Really, they knew it was a floodplain when they built it. So why are you shocked that the houses got washed away? And this is a politician saying it was a shock. No, it wasn't. It is a known floodplain. So why are you shocked that that is flooded? And
well, these are the same people that are shocked after seeing the poster for Planet of the Apes are still shocked that the Statue of Liberty is at the end. This is what I mean by like my disappointment with humanity. There are far too many people that are still shocked.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's a case of, yeah, did you hear so and so? That was they said that should never happen. Yeah, the fact that they said that should never happen means that they already knew it was going to happen, but they didn't want it to happen. There's a difference with things that shouldn't happen. It's like a meteor lands and causes a tsunami. That shouldn't happen because that's not something you can say this could happen. However, if you know that see that mountain up there, that could blow any time because it's an active volcano. But see all these houses, isn't that a surprise that they all got actually destroyed by a volcano? Really shocking. Really? Active volcano, you build around it and you're surprised that active volcano went off and destroyed the houses. That's not a surprise. Yes, you may hope that it may not happen in your lifetime, but it's not a surprise if it's an active volcano. But if a meteor hits the same place, yeah, that's a surprise. I'll give you that. And that's the problem. Humans automatically assume things are going to be okay, even though things have happened in that area in the past. They rebuild and think it's not going to happen again. Might not happen in their lifetime, but somebody else's lifetime, or else it might happen in their lifetime.
Right.
That's the problem. We are fools unto ourselves. I would say to someone that your memories are made up of 2 things. Really good memories. So you'll always remember the really good stuff that happened, or bad. Not really bad, but bad. Because you always remember the negative, or you'll remember the really positive. But all those other positive things that happen, you forget about them because they don't stand out. But your mind remembers all the bad things. It doesn't matter if it's a small bad thing or a big bad thing. Your mind remembers all the bad things. but it only remembers the extraordinarily good things.
Well, I reckon that you probably remember everything. It's just a case of
Your
memories. You access more what you can and can't access.
Right. Because if you were to use the word trauma as the thing that activates the memory, we are more. We were in awe. We were awestruck by these good moments, and that's why they are greatly remembered. But we are always terrified of the trauma of things, of being hurt at all, right? Like at all.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. The lying in the awake in the middle of the night, and just suddenly that dream that terrified me popped into my head. It's obviously just because I've been lying there thinking about stuff, and then suddenly that dream from when I was 7 or 8, so 50 years nearly, popped into my head, because I was obviously in a position where my memories just went tick, and it's just tripped it and brought it back into what I remember, whereas it's not something I'd thought about, so it was way back there. So yeah, I can remember things that happened when I was a kid. I can remember my first fort I got. Me and my brother got a joint present, and I was 5, so that's 52 years ago. I got a wooden fort with plastic soldiers. Me and my brother shared it. I remember exactly what it looks like. So yeah, you can remember really, really good things that happened to you. But I couldn't tell you any other present I got up to 10, 15 years after that. Can't remember. I know I got a bike, but I couldn't describe the bike. I knew it was a grifter, and that was it. Couldn't tell you the colour, because it was just a bike, whereas that was something that just sort of, I fought toy soldiers, yeah, and it sticks with you, and it's the good things. But yeah, I can remember break my collarbone. I can remember break my nose playing football because it was sore.
Yeah.
It was sore, so I remember it. I remember the ball coming in, and I turned around and there's a tree. Boom. Because typical when you're playing, there was trees in the middle of your football pitch. You just had to remember they were there. But sometimes you forgot, because there's a ball coming in, you were going to header it, and you turn around and there's a tree. Thump. Broken nose. But it's bad things you remember. Really, really good things you remember. But good things in general, you wash over them because they're not significant enough.
But the same thing happens with smell and sound as well. Like when a sound isn't present anymore, you suddenly hear that it's not present. Like when you go on vacation and then come back to the house and you're like, wow, did that always make that humming sound? And then you forget that it ever existed at all. So
yeah.
Smells are the same way too. And then you'll have something intrude on your olfactory landscape. And it's like, what's that? It's all hunting and survival behavior.
Yeah, it's the same as our old house. My wife's aunt stayed in it and says she hated it because you could, every 15 minutes you would hear the bus going by the door. We were there for 2 weeks. And I turned around and says, do you ever hear the bus? She says, no. And at that moment, the bus went past and it was quite loud. But obviously, we'd been there, we'd heard it, but eventually it's tuned out. We didn't even notice the bus going by until we actually listened out for it. Then we heard the bus going by. And yet her mum could not live in, or her aunt couldn't live in that house because the bus was going by every 15 minutes. You just tune it out. And because you do, your mind, even if you consciously think about something, eventually it tunes out. The bad just disappears. The good disappears.
And I like the anthropological reason for that. And it's literally because if I allow that to continuously distract me, I'm not going to hear when something changes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, there's that's the thing. It's a case of the saying that because we were hunted rather than the hunters, we were hunted in the past. It's a case of we notice things change. I used to get a run when I worked in Motorola, I used to walk to work. It was like half an hour walk, but occasionally one of the guys used to pick me up because he would drive, and he passed me each morning. Until the point he actually told me he's going to stop picking me up, because the second time he picked up, I says, "What's wrong with your tyre?" He goes, "Nothing." We went out, and he had a big nail stuck in his tyre. But every time it was going on, I could hear a as it was hitting the wheel, hitting the road. He couldn't hear it because it's something he tuned out because he was driving. He doesn't know how long that nail had been in it, but as soon as he saw it, that was it. The next time I was in his car, and I'm going, "Your back door's no shut." He says, "Ah, it is." Turns around, his back door was broken and it just kept flapping open. But because it was on its hinge, I could hear the slight difference because it was new to me.
Right.
He'd never noticed it because he'd been driving. So his car door, he always checked his car doors were shut when he was going out the car. So it was catching on the lip, which means it was slightly opened. So I could hear it. He couldn't. And that's what he said. Every time he says, "I am going to stop picking you up because that's twice I've had to put my car into the garage because you noticed something about it." He didn't. So he would have driven quite the thing, not even noticed the nail in the tyre. He wouldn't have noticed the door being slightly opened. It's not as if it was flying open, it was just slightly open, but it could have eventually gone, because when he checked it, he realised he couldn't shut it, and it was always sitting open, so he had to tie the two back doors together until they got it fixed. And it was something like that. It's just when you go into a situation and you've never heard it before, then you can hear there's something no right because you've been in a car before, whereas he'd been sitting there and he never noticed it because he'd heard it every day. It's one of those things. It's just a sound that he's no noticed, and it's just faded out, so he doesn't even hear it anymore. So yeah, I was told I wasn't getting picked up. I had to walk because he didn't want his car to break anymore. But we're all the same. It's that's the thing. It's because we were hunted. We were listening to the absence of something. So, like for instance, if there was a bird nest over there and it was tooting away, you would tune it out. But as soon as you didn't hear it, then you realised it wasn't there.
Yeah,
So
there's actually a line in Beowulf that suggests that might even go into some other kinds of lore as well, where he basically calls out his enemy in the middle of the woods, and he's like, "Well, how the hell did you know that?" He goes, "Two little birdies told me," and it may have been a colloquialism that when he was talking about something around his enemy's plan, the guy's eyebrows probably twitched.
Mm-hmm.
And those were the two little birdies that spoke to him, were his eyebrows.
It's absolutely nuts. You think about it. Something that Beowulf, what? That's a tale from maybe 500-600 years, isn't it?
Beowulf is 9th, 8th, 9th century. It's odd because it's an English.
The English translation was about the 1500s.
No, but Beowulf apparently is, if I remember right, Beowulf is actually an English. Was written in England in English, but it's set back in Scandinavia. So it's not actually, oddly enough, apparently it's not actually originally Scandinavian. It's originally possibly Norse descended in England or in Britain, but it's set back in Scandinavia.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is why it's most versions of it are in the original version. I think are in Anglo-Saxon, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, and God only knows, and that's just the data that we have, and the data that they've agreed to have. Right.
Yeah, definitely. Right, guys. What we'll do is we'll start wrapping up.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, basically, we're going to be talking about the same thing, aren't we, Colin?
Tomorrow, right, Colin? You got something to talk about for tomorrow?
We're going to decide to I can honestly say that when I set the date for this, I hadn't even realised anything else was on. But 8 o'clock UK tomorrow night, Stephen and I, and possibly you and anyone else, are going to be talking about an author called, a lot of people might have heard of this guy. called Robert Heinlein.
And that's on FFSI.
Yeah, that's on FFSI. I shall endeavour not to make the entire thing about Starship Troopers, but I can't promise anything.
I'll wear my Starship Troopers t-shirt. Just to wind you up.
That's the one I'm most familiar with, but there's also the man who fell, not the man who fell to Earth, Stranger from a Strange Land.
Stranger from a Strange Land, then you had Half Spacesuit Will Travel.
Half Spacesuit will. Oh God! Do you know how difficult it was to actually cut down the number of book covers I could find to put under flipping back wallpaper?
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah, Number the
I've
Beast.
read a lot of them, but
Friday,
it's been a good 10
Space Family
years
Stone,
since,
Paul Kane of Mars, Mooney's a Harsh Mistress.
Yep.
God, I wish someone had got
I've
around to
read a
making
lot
that.
of those books, but it's been like 10 years for a lot of them, so 10 years plus.
Yeah, I've got some homework to do tonight, actually. Tonight. It's amazing how many of these are actually on YouTube as audiobooks as well. There's a lot of them on.
Well, if you look, it's amazing, and I'm sure we'll mention this tomorrow night. It's quite amazing how many of the early sci-fi movies are actually based on Heinlein.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, not hundreds and hundreds or anything like that. You know, he's not sort of.
But dozens.
Yeah, I mean, he may have had. He probably had. Yeah, I heard that, but there's and what's it? There's a sketch in an early Simpsons, back when the Simpsons was actually watchable, where they're doing it's Martin, you know, the smart kid, and I can't remember who he's talking to. Someone I don't, and he's doing a science fiction, the big three: Heinlein, Asimov, and Clarke. And some other kid says, "What about Ray Bradbury?" And Martin says, "I'm aware of his work." Yeah.
You know, they must have been personalities. You know, we look back on the Beatles and how active visually they were. These guys were almost like wrestlers. And when they went in front of the camera, of course they're going to say almost wrestling like machoisms to kind of ride each other. I mean, they were guys. They were guys.
Different experiences.
Basically, they were competing. They were competing, even if they actually were friendly off the thing. They were competing with each other. They, by my book, know his.
Well, we've definitely got to do Asimov at some point. We can't. We can't. If we've done Heinlein, we've done Smith. We can't not do Asimov.
Well, Harlan Ellison is someone I've explored very little of, but just his personality alone is so legendary. He's like that tennis player that would smash his racket every single match. There was an American, he was a tyrant on his court, and Harlan Ellison was supposedly a lot like that as well. He would call people on shit and hysterical. So they've been like that forever.
They were the typical, I suppose, alpha males in their group. They basically wouldn't put up with somebody else's crap, and they would expect everybody to put up with their crap.
Well, they came out. I think that they came out of a particular time and place. I mean, for starters, Smith and Heinlein, of course, came out of America, and Arthur C. Clarke came out of Britain. Mm-hmm. So you've got different things in the background. Yep, I remember. I remember seeing Clarke doing Arthur C. Clarke. I can't remember if Asimov was there or not. Certainly Arthur C. Clarke was here on the moonshots and the rest of it. Carl Sagan, one of the most impressive impromptu speeches ever. He's in charge of I think he was actually the one who was responsible for the plaques on the Pioneer and Voyager boats.
He was.
But they're going out, and it's just gonna and he actually persuades NASA to turn Voyager back and take one picture.
Mm-hmm.
And he comes and he does it. I think he did it in the first time I saw. I think was in his version of Cosmos. Was his picture? You got one picture. Says, you see that little dot?
Mm-hmm.
That one pixel dot, that's us. Everyone you've ever heard of, every saint, every sinner, every king, every prostitute, they've all lived there. And he goes on
And
about
then,
5 minutes.
cue
Yeah.
directly to the Monty Python bit where he goes, the tiny little spot starts swirling around the sun.
Yes, going to the galaxy, into the galaxy sun. Yes. Yes. Yeah.
And then
No,
on Tuesday, FFSI, same bat time, correct, Colin?
Second?
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Yep.
For FFSI on Tuesday, we're going to be doing a review of Iron Skies.
Yeah, and I am more unlikely to be on. I'll be in the chat because I'm out that day, but I am so looking forward to that. I'm still going to be watching Iron Sky for it. So
I haven't seen it, so
oh, you're going to thoroughly enjoy
Iron
the
Sky is
spoofage.
superb.
I got a chance to watch it.
Yeah.
So anyway, so that's it. And then of course Monday I'm doing John's mixtape Mondays. No topic as of yet. That's 5 o'clock Pacific time. Too late for you guys. Catch it on the rerub.
1 a.m. in the morning, as UK people.
Real time.
Yep, real time.
And then Wednesday Beetlejuice.
Beetlejuice. Yeah, Beetlejuice here on this channel on Wednesday, 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock seems to be the thing. It's because we're all come back from work or whatever we've got to do, and by the time we get something to eat, you can say it. But thank you very much, guys, for sticking with us. And it has been fun, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow's Heinlein. It should be fun. And remember, lads and lassies, boys and girls, I ain't old, I'm classy. From myself, Colin, and Stephen. Ta-da.
Good night, folks.
See you later.